We should be on.
Okay, good morning. I'm Becca Mitchell. I'm one of the board members and the current president of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. I'm going to call this meeting to order, just listing off what all board members are present. So here with me in the board office, we have Dr. Laura Newsom and Dr. Brian Jolly. Joining us remotely via Zoom, we have Dr. Debbie Mack, Ms. Carol Rader, and Ms. Amy Ford. And board member Lynn Cross is currently not present. And we have Dr. Rodney Richmond joining via Zoom as well. So it is 9:12 on Wednesday, October the 13th, and I will call this meeting to order and turn it over to board staff.
Dr. Kraus is trying to get on, but he's having difficulty.
All right, when Dr. Cross joins us, we'll make it.
Well, Mr. Jones, I will turn it over to you. You'll just introduce yourself and then.
Yeah, all right. Good morning, everybody. We're gonna start this off. Yes.
Do me a favor, if you will mute.
That camera there has my phone. Just
Okay, all right.
we want to echo.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure how that was gonna work, but thanks for showing. Okay, this morning we're gonna start off with an administrative hearing for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Wednesday, October 13th. Time is about 9:15. We are at 322 South Main Street, 2600 North Arkansas. And this is case number 2021-077, and it is in the matter of Brian's Pharmacy. The board set a hearing today concerning the matter specified in the notice of hearing. My name is Jack Jones. I'm an attorney and I serve as the hearing officer in this matter. The respondent is present and represented by counsel. Mr. O'Quinn, could you introduce yourself and your client for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Darren O'Quinn. I'm here today on behalf of Brian's Pharmacy and Brian Posey, as well as his daughter Amanda Wallace Esser, who is unlicensed.
Okay. And they received a notice of a copy of the order notice of hearing.
Yes, sir.
All right. Councilman State, could you please introduce yourself?
Luke Daniel, General Counsel, State Board of Pharmacy.
So that said, this hearing, I'm going to explain some things for the respondent's benefit and for anyone else present that may not have appeared in the administrative proceeding before. First, the board will base its decision today solely on the evidence presented here. This includes any sworn testimony or other evidence which may be admitted. Two, this hearing is held under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, and so the strict rules of evidence do not apply. So that means that as a hearing officer, I have some latitude as far as what, I allow into evidence. And so things might come into this, it might not come into a more formal, setting. So as an example, hearsay statements or, photocopies of documents, if it's relevant, it gets kind of.
Mr. Jones, if I could quickly interrupt you, I apologize. Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Kraus is on, so I'll show that we have all 8 members of the board present, just so I can get that on there.
Great.
Before we continue, sorry, Mr. Jones, please.
So over here, we have our report reporter, Ms. Tiffany Harrison. So everything that we say today is being recorded and typed up as part of the official record of these proceedings. And so for that reason, anyone who speaks on the records clearly, slowly, so that she can take it down and try not to talk over one another. So the board members themselves, they don't know anything about the case except what appears in the notice of hearing. And so for that reason, if there's anything that you submit to the staff and the staff has in its possession that you want the board to consider, you'll have to offer it into evidence today or it will be considered. But if at any time during the course of the proceedings you have an objection or any questions about the proceedings, bring to my attention and we'll address it. So these proceedings are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parties of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. And so when the board does, take the case to deliberate, it's kind of weird because we're all sitting in here and the board is talking, and you might want to, speak to whatever you hear them saying, but we can't. But we can always go back on the record if we need to. But that's sort of a weird feature of these administrative proceedings. So at this point, anyone who's going to be a witness in this matter, please stand and raise your right hand so you can sworn our report.
Yeah, I've got, one in the back. That's right. Yes.
Something say for a time, that's when you're about to get that.
Okay, so at this time, witnesses have been sworn. Are there any preliminary matters or exhibits to be discussed or offered at this time?
At this time, I would move to, use take addition notice, Arkansas statutory law and, pharmacy board rules and regulations. And, move the enter exhibits 1 through 8.
Okay, notice is taken. Any objections to any of those exhibits?
No objection.
Okay, you got a chance to review, got a copy of them, look at them?
Yes, sir.
You have anything that you'd like to introduce at this time? So those exhibits will be introduced on the record.
Just preliminarily, Miss Amanda Wallace Husser is not a licensee of the board. So anything pertaining to her in this particular hearing would be governed by the laws to the extent they apply to an unlicensed person. So I just want to make that record. But then also, I would like to introduce exhibits A, which are some text messages, exhibit B, which is a resignation letter, and exhibit C, which are some photos of the pharmacy, just to kind of show the layout.
Mr. Daniel, have you seen them?
I have no objection to those exhibits as far as to, Ms. Wallace. She's here today because she was acting in scope of, licensee of this board. And so we would say that she is under the jurisdiction of this board. I mean, under their argument, anybody who wanted to walk into a pharmacy could do so without any retribution or any other thing happening to them. So we would say that she is under the jurisdiction of this board, so she was acting as a licensee of this board. That's just, I mean, that would be whatever.
Well, if there's any,
I just wanted that on the record.
right, okay, well, if there's any differentiation between someone who these rules apply to and don't, you can bring it out. If something comes up in here, you can bring it out and make the correction at that time. But with that, the responses in the A, B, and C will be embedded into evidence and considered for consideration of the meeting. So, Mr. Daniel, you ready to proceed?
Ma'am.
Mr. William, you ready?
Yes, sir.
to proceed? All right. Does either side wish to make an opening statement?
Just very,
Can I ask a quick question? Did the exhibits you handed out, A, B, and C, did those get emailed to the board members?
Yes.
Will be used in?
yes, they have put into the, program.
Okay,
They all have access to it, yes.
thank
I
you.
did that this morning, so they might want to double check. Board members, you got that, email this morning with a link to, the exhibits, so you should have one packet. For this case, that has, his name on it. There will be 3 other, scanned items that I believe they start with SKM. Those are the exhibits for, the respondent. So you will have that packet with his name on it, and then in the 13th folder, you will have those 3 SKM exhibits. Those are scanned exhibits, which are the respondent's exhibits.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, thank you about it.
So you make an opening statement, if you'd like.
Thank you. This was we're here today with Brian's Pharmacy, Brian Cozy, who is a pharmacist, and Amanda Wallace Husser. I'm sorry, Husser. The board received a complaint that Ms. Wallace Husser was performing technician duties and even pharmacist duties in the pharmacy where she was employed, which is Brian's Pharmacy. Dr. Cozy is here. He's actually the father of Ms. Husser. The board investigated that complaint. Dr. McCready, Dr. Collin, who you will hear both from, investigated that complaint. You will hear testimony, you will see documentation that shows that she was in fact performing technician duties and possibly even pharmacist duties. Mr. Walker, Marcus Walker's here. He made the original complaint to the board. He is here. You will hear him testify about what he saw in that pharmacy. A little background of Ms. Wallace Husser. She was licensed as a pharmacy tech previously. She was licensed from 2009 to 2014. From 2009 to January 2014. In December of 2013, she tested positive for marijuana on an employer drug screen, and she signed a surrender from her pharmacy technician. On that surrender, she agreed that she would not be in a pharmacy. She would not be in the pharmacy department in the prescription department of a pharmacy again. And that is obviously not the case. So yes, she was licensed. She does have an active order of surrender. And so that being said, you will hear today that she violated that voluntary surrender. She was working as a technician. She was even doing pharmacist duties. You will see evidence and you will hear testimony that Dr. Cozy was well aware of the duties she was performing. You will hear you will hear audio phone calls. And he was well aware of what was going on in his pharmacy. He was well aware of the fact that his daughter, who has a surrendered pharmacy technician for drug use, was in there involved in the filling of prescriptions. Thank you.
All right, so we would like to make an opening statement.
Yes, briefly, Dr. Cozy is going to, and Ms. Husser as well, is going to deny the allegations that she was functioning as a technician. She is the daughter of Dr. Cozy, and she did work in the pharmacy, but she was working in the capacity of a business manager role, and they will both describe the different functions that she did. And she did not fill the prescriptions that are at issue here today. Basically, from August of 2019 to August of 2021, there was a printout obtained from the pharmacy. During that period, the pharmacy filled about 50,000 prescriptions. Of those 50,000 prescriptions, 193, by my count, has Mandy's or Amanda Wallace Husser's name on it. That's simply a function that she was logged into a computer, it stayed logged in, and when a technician was later working on that same terminal, it printed it out with prescriptions with her name on there. That issue has now been fixed, so that it won't happen. But this is a small independent pharmacy, and it just wasn't set up right. But she did not fill the prescriptions that are at issue.
All right. Mr. Daniel, at this point, you can call your first witness.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, come right here, please. It'll say Brenda McCready. Thank you.
And Mr. Walker, you were previously sworn.
Yes. Mr. Walker, would you please just state your name?
Marcus Walker.
And at some point, you worked for O'Brien's Pharmacy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Cozy's right over there, and you also work with his daughter, is that correct?
Yes.
When did you work at that pharmacy?
I started like first of 2014.
And you worked until when?
I quit like 2-3 years after that, and I went back. And the last time I resigned was last year, December 12th, 2020.
And why did you resign from Cozy's Pharmacy at that time?
Being overworked, knowing what's going on in the pharmacy, and no one was very sorry, so I just ended up leaving.
And when you say knowing what was going on in the pharmacy, what do you mean by that?
Mainly Wallace for the prescriptions under the technician's name, and knowing about it also for the Brian Cozy, and going to Brian Cozy about it, and then not doing anything.
And so, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir. And also explain that to the pharmacists and other technicians that work there also. I could have went to the point of like getting affidavit, had it signed, but I just want.
Okay, and when you say she was filling prescriptions, like what exactly was she doing?
She
You
was
remember?
logged in under Brian Cozy's name or whatever technician was on the filling station at the time, and go in there, fill the prescription, have it printed out, go take the medication off, take the medication, count it out, and then give it to the.
So she was putting medication on bottles,
Yes.
written labels, and then she would give it to him, I guess, to be checked.
Yes.
And so you said that she would do this, I guess, under just whoever somebody was logged in. And was this just something that happened, I mean, did you just notice a couple times, or was this something ongoing?
It happened a few times, and I addressed, Brian Rosie about it, and then they talked about it, and she said that she wasn't gonna, they won't let me do it anymore. And then at that time, I hired, Belinda Baker, and the days that when I told Belinda Baker about it, when Belinda Baker would work, Mandy Wallace wouldn't be there. And but she already knew about it because Belinda had approached Brian about this situation. Then she ended up leaving, so that's how it
And, so you said you told or approached Dr. Coach, what did you tell him?
I said, one, did you know that, so we prefer to fill the shift because she got her license suspended by the state court departments. And he asked me how did I know that, and I told him that his boss told me that, it was like 1 or 2 years after I work.
And after it was brought up and after he said that it would happen, that they wouldn't happen anymore, did it?
Yes,
So it continued to.
yes,
And I guess this was during when you resigned, this was during the pandemic, correct?
yes.
So you resigned, and again, why did you resign from your employment there?
I resigned because, like I said, being overworked, hiring technicians who can keep up with the pace. Also being the only technician working there in the mornings until we have a relief technician coming in. And I really like what she doing is illegal, you know what I'm saying? I have to, she's my boss at this point, but she don't have any authority over me, and Dr. Cody won't do anything about it. So we go in the queue and print out hundreds of prescriptions, and I'm the only person to it. On the doctors and nurses doing it, I do it all by myself. And it's tiring and exhausting working in the pharmacy.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
All right, so Glenn, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Mr. Walker, I want to show you a document that I've marked as Exhibit A. And to you. And is this a text message from you to Dr. Brian Cozy on December the 11th, 2020 at 1:59 a.m. in the morning?
So, yes, sir.
And would you read that into the record so I can ask you some questions about that?
If you want me to repeat anything, I can't have a broken jaw. So,
Sorry, I'm
if
sorry.
you need me to repeat anything, I don't mind having a broken jaw.
Okay.
I know it's late and I'm so terribly sorry to spring this on you. I need to take a leave of absence with pay for the remainder of the year. My mental health isn't where it should be, and if I don't get a break, I'm gonna lose my mind. I have no money or a place to go. I don't want any sympathy work. I prefer you guys not to pressure me into anything that what I requested of. If I don't receive my request, I will quit. This is not a threat. My mental health is at the very end.
And at 1:59 that morning, are you requesting a raise or what are you requesting?
I requested a leave of absence for my mental health because I was going through a divorce.
And in the second page of Exhibit A, there's another text message. And could you read that for us as well?
Our company doesn't not provide any benefit, employees, no lunch breaks, FMLA, I'm not sure what I think about that yet. I have not received a raise like anyone else within the company. I have put in more time than any other employee you have hired. I don't beg, I don't need time off, or I'm going to miss everything I work for. I cannot perform duties dealing with my life, your company, being black and put down by my employees. My own boss criticizes me for being ambitious and treat me less than what I am. But I continue to work for him despite how I've been treated or being different. I am not like any of you. I am not like anyone who has ever been refused or anyone in my life to ever take advantage of me. And it goes for my employees, friends, and family.
And that message was sent a few minutes later, 14 minutes later, 2:13 a.m. in the morning on December the 11th.
Yes, sir.
And so basically it looks to me that you didn't want to work there anymore and you were asking for paid time off.
No, it's most like, if you can see what I was going through during that time, that everything they performed there was illegal. And then even if I tried to work at another pharmacy, they are out of respect for Mandy Wallace and Brian Cole, they did treat me like family. So when I go to another pharmacy and they ask me, hey, why do you want to leave Brian Cole's pharmacy or whatever, out of respect, I wouldn't say it because I didn't want to try to shit in. But I also was going through something too. So it's kind of hard to do something. So I'm going through something and my employer doesn't care. The pandemic, it was horrible on everybody. But they hired 2 or 3 technicians to do the job that I can do by myself. It's really hard. And if I was in that position too, and somebody brought that to my attention, I would go and try to do what I can for my employees, but they never did it to me. So that's why I wrote
But you're basically saying you've got some personal circumstances and you feel like you're overworked and you want paid time off, and if you don't get your request, then that was going to upset you. Is that?
Objection, he's just putting words in his mouth. He's, Mr. McManus testifying.
Yeah, ask a question.
You were upset because of some personal issues going on with you. Is that a fair statement?
Not necessarily because I was going through this even one person. We all go through different things. You know what I'm saying? So that doesn't do anything different about what was going on in the pharmacy, whether I want to put it.
Well, I'm just asking, you were at the end of your rope, it looks like, and you were quitting at 2 a.m. in the morning on December 11th, 2020.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that's not what it is.
And as part of you quitting, you were demanding that Dr. Cozy pay you family leave.
Yes, because I didn't really get lunch breaks at Brian's Pharmacy. I barely could get time off during the time. It was times they left me doing those things. It was times they didn't need money. But as the things that I went through and then working for a pharmacy, I didn't get compensated like I was supposed to. So yes, I requested those things.
You were upset.
As you can tell.
Pardon?
I said, as you can tell.
Okay. And so you go in the next morning, after writing this around 2 a.m., you go in the next morning and you confront Dr. Cozy personally, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say you were animated and upset?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you basically told him he needed to pay you to be off.
Yes, sir.
And he agreed to do that, did he? He paid you through the end of the year, correct?
He paid me through the yes, sir.
But as part of that interaction there the next day, you also signed the document Exhibit B, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'll give you a copy of that. And Exhibit B is your resignation letter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it basically says you need time to get your business together. You were trying to start a
Yes, but it has nothing to do with my quit.
but I mean, you signed this, correct?
Okay, so I signed that out of frustration. I never read it, but I did not, on record, I did not quit my job to go start my business.
So I'm not gonna argue with you, but you were upset, you asked for him to pay you for time off, and he agreed to do that, and then you signed this letter.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit B. And then later on, you applied for unemployment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Cozy and the pharmacy denied that you were entitled to unemployment, correct?
I got 2 payments of unemployment, and then they told me that I wasn't able to get unemployment anymore because I quit. So I went up and filled out for an appeal, and everything that I wrote or everything I testified for, I wrote that down. The reason why they did not do that, I called Mr. Cozy and said that, hey, would you approve my unemployment so I can get through this transition? I said, I don't have to say anything else about it. That's it. That's all I want. So now I can't get unemployment because my employee said I could. But I did quit. Yes, I signed that document there. But I quit because what was going on with the pharmacy. I couldn't take it on my mental.
But you quit, you applied for unemployment, and Dr. Cozy contested that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, you got a couple of checks, but then you were ultimately denied unemployment, correct?
Hardly stated.
And as part of trying to get that employment, you confronted Dr. Cozy again and said if he didn't grant you unemployment, that you were gonna do him in. That's,
I don't know what you mean by doing this, not to elaborate.
well, did you threaten that you were gonna turn him into the Board of Pharmacy if he didn't give you unemployment?
Yeah, because I said, I did say that.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Daniel, want to follow
Yes,
up? All right. Yes.
thank you. Mr. Walker, regardless of why you turned him in, everything you testified to today happened at
Yes,
the
sir.
pharmacy.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at, I'm sorry, Mr. Quinn, it's B, exhibit B.
Yes.
I'm looking at exhibit B of the part, I apologize. Did you write this?
No, before I walked out the door, like me and, like it was a confrontation, me and him went to the office and wrote it out really quick. After she was trying to whatever, and asked me to sign.
So she wrote this and then you signed it.
Yes.
And, you quit in December of 2020, correct?
Yeah, it's in the book.
And you filed, this complaint you filed with the board was in August of 2021, correct? 9 months later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Quinn, any follow-up?
No, sir.
All right, board members, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Walker based on what the attorneys have asked? All right, seeing no questions, Mr. Walker, you can, take a seat, you step down from the witness stand, and, Mr. Daniel, you call your names.
Brandon,
Can I make one mistake? I noticed that this has Mr. Walker, some personal identifying information in there that we probably should redact out.
it won't go into the public record. And this is exhibit B, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll be sure it does go out in the public record.
Okay.
Well, Dr. Collins, could you please state your name and occupation for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Brandon Holland, and I'm a pharmacy inspector for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
And before going further, you were previously sworn,
Yes, sir.
okay.
How long have you been a pharmacist?
9 years.
And prior to joining the board, you worked in retail setting?
Yes, sir.
And,
As a pharmacist in charge for approximately 9 years.
and so how did you become involved in the case with O'Brien's Pharmacy?
So I was going to be around Central Arkansas doing other inspections, and Dr. McCready asked me to follow up regarding a complaint with Brian's Pharmacy.
Okay, and I believe Dr. McBrady had requested some documents she wanted you to stop and pick up.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And so, and just kind of go into the pharmacy and look around. So when you went to Brian's Pharmacy, what did you see?
So walked in with the complaint, and I was very kindly, warmly greeted as I walked through the door. Unbeknownst to me at that time who the person was. But at that time, I did see Ms. Wallace Husser in the prescription area at that time. I believe Dr. Cozy was actually in the back carrying vaccines at that time. So she let me know that she would go get them and he would be out when he had time.
Okay, and you really didn't know who she was at that time, did
No, sir.
Okay, and when you said prescription department, I'm gonna let you, these have already been marked and entered as exhibits C and as respondents exhibit C, and these are all pictures. They're using accurate pictures of that pharmacy.
Yes, sir.
And so they're labeled on the very bottom, just the board members and whoever else would follow, they're labeled on the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4. So was she in any of these pictures? I mean, I know it's not her, but where was she standing?
Sure. So when I walked in, picture 4 there, where I believe that would be facing out into the over-the-counter area and also the pickup area. That was where I noticed Ms. Wallace Husser at the time.
Okay, and over here, like in front of her, like if she's standing at that counter facing out, is that just like we're just people can pick up over the counter stuff, or what's out here?
Yes, over-the-counter products and where patients can pick up prescriptions.
Okay, so 4 is back behind, is in what would be considered the prescription department.
Yes, sir.
And you can see baskets right here. What is that? I mean, just in your experience, what's in those baskets?
Those would be prescriptions that are to be verified by Dr. Cozy.
And this is where she was standing. What did you notice her doing?
I
Or did you? I know you
I
were just
really couldn't
there.
see a lot behind the counter, honestly. I just noticed that she was standing in that area.
And this pharmacy does dispense controlled substances, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything you ask?
Yes, sir. So, you walked into the pharmacy and, as a result of Mr. Walker's complaint,
Yes, sir, that's correct.
and, you saw, Mandy, Hustler there. And you said she was standing behind the prescription counter,
Yes, sir,
but you didn't see her actually fill a prescription.
that's correct.
And, the only evidence that you have that she actually filled a prescription is what Mr. Walker said in his complaint. Is that correct?
No, from the evidence that Dr. Cozy provided me, Dr. Cozy and I spoke. I told him why I was there and what I was requesting. I did request a dispensing record, and at that time, Dr. Cozy told me, he said, you know, it's gonna show that she has filled some prescriptions, but that's because she's logged on a computer back here and somebody else has filled behind her, is what he told me at that time.
So he never told you that she was filling prescriptions, correct?
No, sir,
Mr. Walker did say that, correct? We heard his testimony.
per his complaint, no, sir.
And you didn't physically see Mandy fill any prescription.
I did not.
So you did ask for a printout and Dr. Cozy provided that, correct?
Yes, sir.
He said Mandy's name is gonna be on some of these prescriptions because she would have been logged in on the computer.
Mhm.
And someone else would have filled the prescription from that terminal.
That was what he said, yes.
And then, so you got the printout and he was cooperative, is that correct?
He was.
And you got the printout and, check me, if I'm right, but on the printout, it's about 193 prescriptions, were filled by, under Mandy's name.
Yes, sir.
And did you, know during that same time period, August 2019 to August 2021, that 2-year time period, did you know that they filled a total of 50,000 prescriptions during that 2-year time?
I did not.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, sir.
Can I have a quick follow-up?
Yeah.
This was asked for all prescriptions that Mandy Wallace Hustler had been involved in, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was in the prescription department of that pharmacy, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And I'm looking at Station Exhibit 6. Is this a copy of the surrender that she signed March 18, 2014?
Yes, sir.
Will you read number 3 out loud, please?
Yes, sir. By signing this document, I agree that from this date forward, I will not practice as a pharmacy technician and will not be physically present in a prescription department in any pharmacy in the state of Arkansas. I understand that the board must decide to accept my surrender before it will be final.
And this surrender was accepted, and I apologize for that, it was accepted by the board, March 18, 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No, sir.
Board members, do you have any questions for this witness?
I believe Dr. Kraus has a question.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good morning. How many people were in that pharmacy when you went in there total? Working, not customers, working.
From my desk,
That's good. This is Dr. Kraus, we're gonna turn the speakers up and be sure everybody can hear that. I'm not sure if Ms. Harrison got the question. So we're gonna turn the speakers up a little bit. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Dr. Kraus, if you wouldn't mind repeating your question.
No, not at all. What I was wondering is how many employees were in that pharmacy working when you went in there?
so including Dr. Cozy and Ms. Wallace Hustler, I would, from my best recollection, I would say 4 people. I do believe I remember seeing 2 other people in addition to Ms. Wallace Hustler and Dr. Cozy.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions from board members for this witness?
Could I get one clarification?
Sir.
Sir, the pictures that actually there are exhibit C, those weren't pictures of what it looked like that day when you arrived. Those are just an example of how the pharmacy is set up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have a question.
When you identified yourself as an inspector for the board of pharmacy, did the unlicensed respondent leave the prescription department?
I did notice that Ms. Wallace Husser was more out in the over-the-counter pickup area after that point, yes.
All right, well, any more questions, please?
Dr. Mack has a question.
Dr. Holland, you also stated clearly that Mr. Cozy, or I guess Dr. Cozy, knew that his daughter's initials would come out on the report. So he was aware that if it was only a reporting issue, he was aware that it was reporting incorrectly. But of course, that is the permanent record of who filled the prescription.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. But before, I think even before he provided me the report, he did notify me that it would in fact show that her initials were on prescriptions.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions, this witness from anyone?
Not for the board.
All right, see none, Dr. Holland, you can see, Ms. Manning, you call your next witness.
Thank you. Deputy Director Brennan McCready.
All right, Dr. Craig, you previously sworn?
Yes, sir.
Dr. McCready, you are the Deputy Director of the board, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, when you take your full name, just for the record.
Brenda McCray,
And how long have you been the Deputy Director here?
since December of 2011.
And as part of your duties as Deputy Director, all of the complaints, they initially come to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Then either you kind of start the investigation and either resolve it yourself or assign it to one of the inspectors.
Yes, sir.
And so, when you got involved in this complaint, the board received a complaint, kind of what steps did you take after that?
Once we received the complaint, I did talk to Dr. Holland about going out. He was actually inspecting in the area and asking to provide and see if we had any documentations in the pharmacy, that type of thing. I also talked to Brian, to Dr. Cozy. I called, I know Dr. Cozy very long time. I called and talked to him about the incident, about the complaint. We talked about, he wanted to know if he was in trouble, and I said, well, I didn't think so, but we needed to, she was doing tech duties, then yes. And this is paraphrasing, I think there's a recording of this whole conversation. We talked about the different things that she was doing in the pharmacy. I told him that I would have to go back and talk to John and to the attorney, and that I would call him back. We continued the conversation. We talked again later, and I suggested at that time that he get her licensed as a technician. And he said, well, you remember back some time ago, she got her license taken away because she tested positive for marijuana. I said, I vaguely, maybe I wasn't sure. And he said, so she can't be a technician, she can't be in the pharmacy. And again, I'm kind of paraphrasing the conversation, there's a recording of it.
And we'll play that recording in just a minute, so let me just, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we'll play the recording. So he was aware that she couldn't be licensed.
That is correct.
And when you said, well, really may not be in trouble, you just kind of, what was the reason for saying that at the time?
When we talk to a pharmacist or a technician out there and they explain what's going on, we talked a little bit about the issues. Well, she doesn't do technician duties. Well, she does do some training, and I said, well, normally if we can ascertain that there's been no violations, staff can say, we can recommend that there be no action taken, that type of thing. As the conversation progressed, giving him the benefit of the doubt until we got to the point where he said that he was aware she couldn't be in a pharmacy. I told him that was going to take it out of my hands, and it's going to have to go up the chain.
Okay. And like I said, you actually talked to him twice, is that correct?
That is correct.
And both of those phone calls were recorded.
That is correct.
This is what's already been previously entered as exhibit A. Let me share my screen so that I believe I
the board members online give us a thumbs up when he starts playing this, if you can hear?
The pharmacy, this is Brenda, may I help you?
Brenda, this is Brian Cozy.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Well,
You've been better, huh?
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah. Jason came by and collected some information.
Yeah.
What do you need from me?
I stopped. Is this the first phone call or the second phone
I
call?
believe this is the first one.
I guess initially we thought that was a patient, did not realize that she worked there. Is she involved in filling prescriptions?
Well, she runs the register, yeah.
I mean, does she enter prescriptions in the system? Is she doing any tech work without a tech license? I guess is going to be the question.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she takes orders over the phone from patients. Is that going to be
What kind
considered?
of orders? Like, I need to get
Well, I mean,
prescription number 12345 filled.
Yeah, like that. She doesn't take prescriptions over the phone from doctors or prescribers.
So you don't think there's any credence to the complaint we got? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, this is kind of one of those things. That may have happened. Because when it gets busy, sometimes we step over each other's borders, but she knows that she's not supposed to be filling prescriptions or counting or doing anything like that. Her job is just inventory and insurance rebilling and stuff like that. Running the register, doing the banking, paying.
She does bill
bills.
insurance?
Yeah.
Okay. Which means she gets in the pharmacy system and sees patient information?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that not okay?
Well,
Or is that,
she's really not licensed to see their patient information, as
Oh.
a technician or anything like that. That would be a call, probably not for me. I'd have to run that past Luke or somebody. But so she just takes prescription. I'm just making some notes. She just takes prescription numbers over the phone.
right?
She bills insurance. Does she
Right.
input prescriptions?
No. No, she does not input prescriptions.
Does she input prescription numbers?
Yeah. She would input prescription numbers,
Okay.
you know? Oh. Well, okay, she's saying that she puts them in the queue.
hmm
I don't know if that's
Yeah, that's really a tech duty. Does
Okay.
she do any counting or anything like that?
no.
So is there a reason this guy is mad at you that he filed this complaint?
Absolutely.
What is it?
Absolutely. Well, he's a disgruntled former employee and he wanted unemployment. And he wanted us to quote unquote do the right thing so he could get his unemployment. He threatened us, Brenda, before he left that he was going to do something like this.
hmm
And I have witnesses on that. I mean, he came in very upset, screaming at us, and threatening to bring the whole operation down. That's almost a direct quote. So yeah, he has a lot of
Animosity.
anger.
Yeah.
Animosity would be a good word for it.
Well, let me run this by Luke, and I'll call you right back. I really don't think this is going to warrant a trip to the board or anything like that. They may want to send you a warning letter and say, hey, don't let her do tech duties, but I can't think of, I mean,
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna be anything, I don't think anything big is gonna come out of this unless we show that she's actually been doing, you know, all these things with patient care and all that.
No, she does the paperwork and the banking and the stuff like that.
Hmm.
The stuff that keeps us running, and we do all the counting and pouring and licking and sticking type stuff.
Mm. So if you have rejects or anything, does she do any DUR codes or any of that kind of stuff?
No. Nobody does the UR codes but
But
me.
you, okay. Good answer.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
But nobody knows how to do them, and that's.
So when you say bill
That's
insurance, what do you mean by bill insurance?
Well, if we get rejections, like we get notices back from insurance companies and stuff like that that respond to audits, and she does that.
Okay. But she's not sending initial claims and doing DUR overrides and all that.
No.
Okay.
No, she's not. No, that's left to the technicians. We
Okay.
got here. She gives advice though, because she was the one who got sent to Oklahoma City. She's got the most training on the computer system of any of us. So she does give advice.
So she kind of works as a trainer on the computers.
Yes.
To train, does she train your techs?
Yes. She does train the techs.
Okay. Let me run this by Luke and visit with him and John, and then I'll holler back at you in just a minute, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thanks,
Brenda.
Brian.
Okay, that's the end of the first recording, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you were not aware that she had actually surrendered her license for illicit drug use.
I was not.
So when you made the statement about, well, maybe we just work out with a warning letter or something like that, you just thought it was somebody he needed to get licensed as a tech, and that would be the end of it.
Yes, the conversation we had was, he basically told me that she wasn't doing tech duties. I took him at his word. I had no idea that she would surrender the calls.
Okay, and actually, he actually said when you had asked him about tech duties in that phone call, he said, well, it may have happened when they get busy, et cetera.
He did.
And you mentioned about inputting prescription numbers and stuff like that. What's the issue there with the non-tech?
Actually, when you're putting in information into the system just to fill a prescription, that's a text duty. If you take a number over the telephone and you write it on a piece of paper and you hand it to a technician or a pharmacist, the board has said that is fine. But once you begin entering those orders and refills into the system, you are now functioning as a tech.
And you asked, as part of this, you asked Dr. Cozy, and I'm looking at Exhibit 7 for board members reference. You asked Dr. Cozy for a dispensing report over the last, I believe it's 2-year period, that prescriptions that she was involved in.
I asked the inspector to retrieve that.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, that's Dr. Holly went to the store that day.
That's
To retrieve that, but you were asked for prescriptions that she was involved in. And so, and I know it's kind of hard to read and this is small, but it's 5 pages, I believe right around 193 prescriptions, is that correct?
That's correct.
And these all have her initials showing that she, and filled by, and it shows her initials on every one of these, is that correct?
It shows her as the technician director.
And I know there's some testimony earlier from, Mr. Walker, and then on that phone call, that there might have been a little animosity between the complainant, Mr. Walker, and Dr. Cozy, is that correct?
Yes.
But it turned out that what he complained, the board found to be true, is that correct?
That is correct.
We'll go through, and you actually called Dr. Cozy back shortly after that, is that correct?
That's correct.
Share this. Again, board members, if you can't hear it, you just let me know, please.
From the Board of Pharmacy, this is Brenda. May I help you?
Hey, Brenda, it's Brian.
Hey.
did you hear anything from Luke or?
No, I did a little bit of talking, a little bit of conversation, kind of waiting on Brandon to get back with whatever he brought from the pharmacy. But I will tell you, I think it would be a good idea for you to get your daughter a technician license.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, depending on what he brings back, I did talk to John a little bit, and I said, you know, if he'll get her licensed and, you know, we can send a warning notice or whatever, rather than do a hearing and all that, I think that would be okay. And he agreed, but like I said, I do need to see what Brandon comes back with before I actually say do that. But I do think if she's training technicians on the computer, she obviously has to be doing keystrokes and stuff in that computer with prescriptions and stuff like that. So she'd have to be a technician to do that.
Okay.
So,
Well, do you remember years and years ago she surrendered her license?
no, I forgot about that. Hold on. When was that? Do you remember?
Oh gosh, that's probably, I'm saying somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 10 years ago.
Is it Amanda J?
That's it. Amanda Jane.
I found the traffic lights.
Oh, oh, good. I mean, we've been trying to keep her out of this, you know, out of the pharmacy as much as we possibly can.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the problem with if she's in the pharmacy and she's in the computer training techs, and we would consider that tech functions.
Okay.
I mean, I talked to John about that, and he said obviously if she's showing them how to do it, she has to be able to do it herself to show them how to do it. But let me pull this.
What would she have to go through to get her license back?
Well, let me pull up the issue and see what it was. Hold on. Yeah, see, the surrender says she cannot be physically present in a prescription department in Arkansas.
Oh, didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that forever and forever, or?
Well, let's see. So she had a positive marijuana test.
Mhm. She has ulcerative colitis, and she was trying that.
So I'm going to print this out and walk back. Luke is here. I'm going to visit with him and see what he says. John is not here. He's had to go to a meeting, but he will be back in the morning. But I'm going to walk back and talk to Luke right now. It's been a while.
Are you in a lot of trouble, Brenda?
No, I don't think so. I mean, she's not been billing any insurance. So, see, the issue with that, like we had a young lady that worked in a pharmacy for almost 8 months without a license. Kroger had to refund every third-party dollar they collected because it wasn't a legal prescription because it was processed illegally. But she's not processing prescriptions from what you tell me. So, I mean, I think it looks, I would, until I saw the surrender and that said she could not be physically present in the pharmacy, I would have said licensure as a tech. You know, normally when a tech is working, somebody's working without a tech license, there's a $1,500 penalty. But since she's signed a surrender, that takes it out of my hands, and it goes to the attorney. So I'm going to walk back and talk with him about this, and then I'll holler back at you. I will holler it back at you before the day's over, okay?
Okay, thanks.
And that was the end of that second phone call, right? So we know where she was working when she surrendered originally.
I do not
Remember? Okay, so she surrendered on March 18, 2014, on a clearly states not being physically or present in a prescription department, correct?
He does.
And he stated that she was training technicians,
He did.
she was inputting prescription numbers.
He did.
In your mind, are these technicians do this?
They are.
Have they always, under the board's mind and your mind, John's mind, has the board always considered these to be technicians?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And he was well aware that she had surrendered her permit for drug use.
He's the one who told me, reminded me about it.
And you're in the spreadsheet here that yourself and Dr. Holly requested showed she's listed as a technician for filling these 190 something.
She is.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Real quick, you can ask.
Good morning, Dr. McCray. So Dr. Cozy is the one who brought up that he knew that she had surrendered her license in the past, correct?
That's correct.
And, but he stated in the conversation you just played that he didn't know that she couldn't be in the prescription department,
He
correct?
did say that.
And, you went through like, well, what is she doing and that conversation. And he said that, she would take, orders over the phone, correct?
Correct.
But not from, prescribers.
She was not taking actual written prescriptions from prescribers.
Be like if someone called and gave a refill number.
She was taking those.
And she did inventory, right?
Who said that?
Insurance rebilling, correct?
Who said that?
Response to audits, right?
Who said that?
Ran the cash register,
Who said that?
did the banking. But he specifically stated she was doing no tech duties. Is the quote I wrote.
He said he didn't think she was doing techniques.
He didn't think she was. And I think when y'all boil it down, you talk about DUR codes and different things that he denied, but when you boil it down, what you saw as an issue was, besides her being in the prescription department, was that she was training techs on the computer and that she was basically doing keystroke by entering a prescription number into the computer. Is that fair?
As I mentioned to him, I was unaware of her surrender at the time. What he explained to me, I explained back, I thought were tech duties, including entering prescription numbers into the system. Obviously, when we received the document back from the pharmacy, she is listed as a technician of record on 197 something prescriptions.
But from your conversation, and let's just set aside for the moment, that she couldn't be in a prescription department, from just his description of what she was doing on those phone calls, everything appeared okay, except that training techs on the computer and doing keystroke by entering the numbers in. Is that fair?
Everything appeared okay except the tech duties that she was doing.
And the training techs on the computer part, did he actually tell you that she was training them how to be a technician, or did he tell you that she had gone to computer school and was able to operate their,
He said she knew the system best and she was training them how to function and use the system.
okay. So, and that's something, they were on Computer RX, I believe, was their vendor. But you can call the help desk at a vendor and get help from a non-pharmacist on how to work the computer. Is that a fair statement?
I can read the manual, but I'm not, as a licensed person, I can work in my system. As an unlicensed person, I can't access patient information.
And that's a question I want to ask you about. Billing people access prescription information all the time, and they have no license. Are you aware
I
of that?
don't know what you're referencing.
She had access to patient information because she did the billing and the insurance rebilling and that sort of thing. Is that what you have a problem with, or as far as, I'm just trying to figure it out. I mean, a non-licensed person is going to have access to pharmacy information to do the business of the pharmacy.
The board has an issue with doing tech functions, which includes entering prescriptions, accessing patient profiles, giving advice, as he said she did, etc.
She said she did that?
He said she did that. She did give advice, and then she also, he was sure that they had overstepped boundaries because it gets really busy.
So, but as far as her being a billing person and accessing prescription information to perform that task, you don't have to have a license to be a billing person.
Well, I don't really know what kind of billing she did. If
Right.
she's accessing the pharmacy system and patient information, the board has said she needs to be a technician.
So any billing person out there that needs to access the pharmacy computer system to accomplish the billing, they need to be licensed as a technician in your view.
I don't believe I said that.
And he did say there was a lot of animosity between him and Mr. Walker, correct?
He did say there was animosity between you two.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Quick follow-up, thank you, Mr. Jones. Regardless of all the questions Mr. O'Quinn just asked you about billing, the spreadsheet shows that she filled 195 prescriptions.
Yes, it does.
He said she trained the technicians.
Yes, it did.
Regardless of animosity, the complaint that came in was proven to be true.
That is correct.
Nothing further.
Just one follow-up.
One quick, as far as that she trained technicians, he told you that she trained technicians on the computer, how the computer works.
She was in the pharmacy training technicians.
On the computer is the words he used, correct?
She was in the pharmacy training technicians, and she was training on the computer because she knew it better than anybody else.
Okay, thank you.
Was his exact words.
Okay, thank you.
All right, board members, y'all, you have,
No, I just saw Dr. Mack.
board members, it's your turn to ask now.
Dr. McCready, can you think of any reason that a technician's initials would be on the record as filling the prescription if they weren't ever filling prescriptions?
I cannot.
Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Richmond.
Dr. McCready, I think he made the comment that, or Dr. Cozy made the comment that we try to keep her out of the pharmacy as much as possible. I take that as an implication that that would mean that she was in the pharmacy at times. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes,
And I don't know if this question is best directed at you or a different fact witness, but regarding inventory, did you understand that to be prescription drug inventory or controlled substance inventory or out front or DME or OTC, or do you have any understanding?
I do not know what type of inventory she was looking.
Okay, thank you.
So,
I have a question. Dr. McCarty, in your experience, when you look at the role and scope of individuals within the pharmacy, someone who is in a trainer position, whether it's training technicians on general functions or specifically training them on computer functions, would they typically have a part of their scope be training in privacy, particularly on protecting passwords and the logging in, logging off procedures?
There should be training sessions.
And so someone in a trainer role should have the understanding of logging in and logging out and keeping your own identity within the computer system safe and secure?
I would certainly hope so. Yes.
Okay, any more questions from board members? Seeing none, is there anything from the board that calls the attorney to have follow-up?
no, sir.
All right, Dr. Craig, you can take your seat, and then Ms. Amy, you call your next witness.
Board has nothing further.
All right, so you're gonna rest this time, save for any closing argument?
Correct, thank you.
So, Mr. Oakland, you can call your witness now.
Call Dr. Brian Posey. You already been sworn, correct? You need to speak up so everybody can hear you on the Zoom as well.
Yes, I have.
Just for the record, would you state your name and address, please?
Brian Andrew Cozy, 2200 Covington, North of Rock, Arkansas.
And you've been a pharmacist for how long, Dr. Posey?
Since 1988, I've 33 years.
Have you ever had any regulatory issues or any other issues with the board of pharmacy since that time?
No.
In your life? So, and you've heard the allegations from Mr. Walker, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna go through those, but let's first start, when did you start this pharmacy? What is the name of the pharmacy?
It's Brian's Pharmacy, but the name of the business is Peter Case Care.
So you started an independent pharmacy about how long?
It's going to be 7 years in January.
And as part of that startup, Mr. Walker was a technician, correct?
Yes, he was our first technician.
And your daughter Mandy worked there as well.
As business manager.
So let's kind of go through that. We've got the photographs, Exhibit C, and I just want to visualize, as you walk through the front door, you've got the front end part of the store. And then you have the counter that's the cashier counter.
Yes.
Is there a computer terminal on the cashier counter?
There are 2 registered terminals. They can be logged in. Yes.
And then behind the cashier's counter is the prescription department walled off.
Yes.
Okay. And how many terminals are in the prescription department?
3 on the western wall. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's 1 in my workstation and then 2 on the western wall.
And this pharmacy also has a drive-through, correct?
Yes.
And going on back through the back of the pharmacy, is there a door in the back that goes into the business office?
Yes,
And was that Mandy's office?
yes,
Could she also enter that office through a door without going through the prescription department?
yes.
So tell me the functions that Mandy performed for you.
Well, she handled all the banking, insurance, remittances, and audits would come to her. She'd keep us all paid.
Was she doing technician function?
No,
You knew that she had lost her license 5 or 6 years earlier, I guess? She had
Yes.
surrendered her license, correct?
yes,
Did you know that she could not be in the prescription department of the pharmacy?
I don't ever remember being told that.
Did you ever see the surrender or anything along those lines?
No,
But as far as you knew, she couldn't do technician functions, but you weren't aware that she could not be in the prescription department.
correct.
And in your mind, the statements that Dr. McCready talked about, training the techs on the computer and doing keystrokes, entering the numbers into the computer, in your mind, was that technician work?
No, she was more playing the function of help desk.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, they could have called Computer RX and gotten the same thing. For example, putting in an insurance card. A lot of times insurance cards have superfluous information on there, like extra letters on the number that you don't have to put in. And you can't, but if you put them in, the claim won't go through. So you could call the help desk and they would tell you to drop off those. But it was much, much faster and more convenient. Just ask Mandy or herself.
Has Mandy been sent to school or I guess classes at Computer RX to
Yes.
learn the computer system?
Yes,
And you use the system Computer RX?
yes,
And they have a support desk, and Mandy been trained on that system as well.
yes.
And when you call the support desk, do you get a licensed technician or pharmacist to respond to an issue with the computer?
All it ever says is agent when they dial into your system, that it just says John Brown, agent.
So, was she actually training the technicians on how to be a pharmacy technician and fill a prescription?
No,
So make the distinction on what was she helping the technicians with? You talked about, for example, the insurance card, give the board an idea of what type of help that she would give a technician on the computer.
well, like the before example, you know, if you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield card, it's going to have 3 or 4 letters before the actual number that is required on the insurance process. How, for example, doing the flu shots, you've got to fill in other areas in order to get reimbursement, proper reimbursement. Things like that.
Now, she, then, as far as entering the prescription number, say a customer calls up and says they need a refill, as far as entering the prescription number into the computer to get the process started, in your mind, was that a technician function?
No, because they can enter that on the IVR themselves.
And explain that.
The patient can call in and it'll be answered by the IVR system, and it'll ask them how they, you know, do they want to talk to a person, or do they just want to enter prescription numbers. And if they're able to, so a lot of old people aren't, but they are able to key it in on their phone or their computer, and it'll go into the queue automatically.
And someone calling it in for them, an unlicensed person could also go through that same process.
Yeah.
Now, I think we've settled on a number of about 193 prescriptions that were printed out with Mandy's initial on them from August 2019 to August 2021. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And during that same time period, August 2019 to August 2021, how many total prescriptions were filled by your pharmacist?
Approximately 50,000.
You did that math, 193 out of 50,000 prescriptions. What percentage actually of those prescriptions had Mandy's name on them?
Well, I don't know the exact number. It's pretty strong.
It was less than 1%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, I also noticed in the printout of the board, the prescription printout that you gave the board, that the large majority of these prescriptions were after Marcus left in December of 2020. Do you have a breakdown of how that was?
I think that before Marcus, in the preceding 15 months, up to that, there was maybe 20 or 25 prescriptions that bore Mandy's initials. Then after January, the 1st of January of 2021 is when it went off the rails, more or less. We were starting COVID immunizations, and it was chaos.
And describe that to the board knows, but just for the record, Marcus left in December of 2020, and then January of 2021 rolls around and the COVID vaccine is out.
Right. We were listed as a tertiary pharmacy. We didn't even know that we were going to get any COVID vaccine. And I think I, like a lot of other pharmacists, watched the Zoom meeting that John Vincent had and said, you know, buckle up, it's going to be a rough ride. And I never expected to get vaccine the first week of January. I learned that I was going to, and then we had to come up with methods to deal with the crowds.
Dealing with the people that were wanting vaccinations, did that require Mandy to be there more frequently than she normally would?
We had to have somebody answer the phone and give these little old folks answers, because they were so worried that they wanted to get the vaccine as soon as possible. And it got to the point where we couldn't conduct our regular business because the phone lines were just going crazy.
And people were taking the vaccines in the parking lot?
Oh, yeah. We devised a way of getting people, we were just taking the shots out to our customers out in the parking lot. We had volunteers helping us, and we had timers on each parking spot. We had people out there observing. We were trying our best to take care of these little old folks that were needing this vaccine.
So out of the 193 prescriptions that have Mandy's initials on them, 20 were when Marcus was there, and then I guess 173 approximately were after January when the COVID vaccine issue started.
Correct.
Okay. What was Mandy's role in organizing or helping with getting the vaccines out? And what was your role?
Well, I was drawing up all the shots and reconstituting the shots in the back. Mandy was organizing the parking lot and the scheduling of all this. We had to have people coming in on a strict schedule in order to be
be able to handle it, and people would show up late, they would show up early. It was pretty chaotic time.
Was she doing tech functions during this
No,
COVID period?
no, she was helping old folks with paperwork, making copies of their insurance cards and driver's license. Taking them out to cars themselves, to people so they could fill it out, and you bring it in, we make copies. It was pretty labor intensive.
Was she doing technician functions in relation to the vaccine administration?
No.
What, was she required to be on the computer more frequently during
Yes.
that period of time?
Yes, things had to be turned into WebIZ almost immediately. And that was where she was doing a lot of work on WebIZ, a lot of work on making sure we had vaccine. We were on a spoke and wheel situation, so often we would have to go and go over to Little Rock and go to Don's and get our vaccine, and then bring it back over and make sure we were not wasting any vaccine. Calling people after we had cancellations, she would call people and try to keep the process moving.
Now, according to the testimony, Marcus is the only one that says that Mandy physically filled prescriptions. We have a printout, I'm gonna ask you about that, but are you very aware of anyone else that said they saw Mandy physically filling a prescription as a technician to do?
No.
So the real question is, how did those prescriptions get her name on?
Well, I would say that we were logging in, we were using the same terminals as the technicians were. And they are new technicians. We hired some technicians with experience, and they did not work out. And so we've been working with a pretty green crew as far as technicians. So there's been a lot of logging on top of her, or filling prescriptions on top of her.
So if she logged in to do a non-technician function and didn't log out, then if someone came behind her on that same terminal, it would show that she filled the prescription.
Yes.
Have you fixed that situation now that we're kind
Yes.
of aware of this?
Yes.
What have you done?
Well, we restricted the computer. I'm sorry, I laughed.
The administrative?
Yeah, the administrative functions. Okay, so she would not be allowed to do that. We're also had the pharmacy rewired in order to maybe get another terminal and have it back in the back of the pharmacy, performing to our office. We've got new phones, and I think that's about it.
Has she been physically present, not just in the prescription department, but in the pharmacy since Dr. McCready?
Not at all. Not at all. She has not come in. I don't even think, well, she was in the parking lot all the time. She's not entered the building at all.
Anything else you want to tell the board before I pass you to Mr. Gannon?
She was trying, we have a very close family, and Andy was trying very hard to help us out in all the functions that we believe that she could do. That's really all I have to say.
Pass the witness.
Thank you. And we were talking about these pictures earlier, which Marcus, Fund Exhibit C. I'm looking at picture 4. What is that? It's got 4 on the bottom.
Okay.
What is that area?
Okay, this is my workstation.
Okay, and this is in the prescription
It
department.
is in the prescription department, yes.
And this is where you heard Dr. Holland testify, this is where your, baby was when he came in that day.
Well, I don't, she would not have been right there beside me. She probably would have been, maybe over in this picture in Exhibit C at one of these. This is,
Okay, so let me ask you another question. When Dr. Holland came in that day, she had to come back to the back to get you to tell you that he was there, correct?
no, I mean, if she could tell me through over the counter.
But she was standing, he testified that she was standing right here where, picture 4 is. Did you hear him testify to that?
I don't recall that part.
So if he testified to that, then you. Okay, so he testified she was standing at 4, so where would you have been?
I would have been right here.
What picture is that? It's on the very bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 4.
Okay, but according to this testimony, you weren't. She was there and she had to go get you. So would you have been somewhere else filling prescriptions or doing something else in the pharmacy?
Probably not. I mean, I can go anywhere in the pharmacy to fill prescriptions, but.
So you would have nothing to dispute, that's what he testified to. I mean, if he testified to that, then that's what he saw.
Okay, yes, I guess.
What is it?
I'm a little confused, but that's where I work 99% of the time.
What, picture 3, what is that? There's got 3 on the very bottom of the page. I'm just curious where that is.
Oh, this is right behind our front counter. This is our technician, this is our clerk, Mary.
So that's where people pay, check out, that's the register, that's the main register.
That's correct.
And so so is picture 4 behind picture 3? Does that make sense? Like if I was standing at 4, would I be looking at her back where she is in picture 3?
Pretty much.
Okay. And pictures 1 and 2 are just, I guess just a side work table. Is that a technician back there?
Yeah, that pretty much goes the whole length of the wall in the pharmacy department.
Okay, and that's where kind of technicians would be to fill prescriptions before they bring them up to you.
Correct.
And 1 and 2, that's the same count. It's just at a different angle.
This is, number 2 is looking from the front.
Yes.
And then number 3, I guess.
Well, it would be 1 and 2.
Number 1 is looking forward out of the pharmacy.
Okay, but that's the same counter is what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's just a different angle. I mean, that's the same counter. One picture is taken from one. Okay, it's just the same counter.
Yes.
So you're saying that you didn't know she wasn't allowed to work in a prescription department?
I did not know that. I don't ever remember being told that.
Okay, but the order clearly says that, and orders are all public record. You could have easily gotten a copy of that, or you could have asked to see the file or anything like that before you hired her. I mean, you knew when you hired her, you knew she had surrendered her permit
I knew that.
because of illicit drug use.
Yes.
Okay. So if I get stopped for speeding and I think it's 55, but it's really 45, am I still breaking the law?
Yes.
So regardless of whether or not I know what the speed limit is, it's still against the law.
That's correct.
And how long did she work for you? Did she start working for you since day 1?
Yes.
And you opened that pharmacy, would you say about 7 years ago? So
That's going to be
2014.
7 years in January.
And Mr. Walker, he worked for you from day 1 until he left.
Yes, but with periods of, he left for a long time and then he came back wanting a job and I said, sure, come on back.
But he started with you when you opened the pharmacy.
Yes,
And have you been the only pharmacist? Are you the pick?
I am.
And are you the only full-time pharmacist?
Yes,
I guess you have fill-ins if you need to or something like that.
occasionally I take a day off.
But for the most part, it's just you and the technicians.
That is correct.
Okay. And so when you were lucky, that you were one of the lucky pharmacies that got some COVID vaccines right off the bat.
Yes,
So when you were doing those in the parking lot or just wherever, I guess you just kind of have a drive-through out there, is that kind of how y'all were setting that up?
well, we would have people come in and they would park and call us. And we would assign their paperwork according to the parking lot space that they were in. And we would have someone go out and collect their insurance card and ID and let them fill out their paperwork. And we'd come back, review it, and then go out there and give them the shot that they requested.
And who was giving the shots?
Well, myself, and we had some volunteer nurses.
So you were, even during COVID, you were the only pharmacist there?
That's correct.
So I guess your technicians were, I guess you had some helping with paperwork and then some, like while all the COVID was going on, who was taking care, I guess, of the everyday pharmacy prescriptions? Whoever was there?
Pretty much. Sometimes there wasn't that clear of a job description. Some people would have to go, if they had a moment, from pharmacy or from filling regular prescriptions, would go out and help with the paperwork out in the lobby.
Okay, and you said that, I'm looking at 7, which is the spreadsheet. So the board asked you for a list of all the prescriptions that Mrs. Wallace had been involved in, correct?
Yes,
And so this is what you sent in.
yes.
So, and you said that you guessed that somebody went behind her when she was already logged in, and that's how all of this is here. But you don't know that, you're just assuming that's what happened.
Well, I'd call it an educated guess, maybe.
And you stated that you tried to keep her out of the prescription department, so she was back there, you're not denying that.
Yes, she would come back. All the computer terminals are in the prescription department. That's all we had.
And also in that phone call, when Dr. McCready mentioned about, well, she might have, did she fill prescriptions? And you stated it may have happened. Y'all were busy, so you really weren't sure.
I was just assuming this was just a phone call. I did not know it was being recorded.
That has nothing to do with the question. When you said it may have happened, so
may
you're
have
not
happened.
sure if she filled prescriptions.
Not precisely.
You can't say she did not fulfill prescriptions.
No, I can't say that it did not happen. I don't think it did. But
And she asked you, was she training technicians? And you said yes.
okay. That was my conversational answer to it. I probably, if I had known it was being recorded, I would have been more precise with my language. But as far as that goes, no, I don't think she was training them how to perform pharmacy technician.
But again, you don't know.
We were all pretty close in there. She was just the most convenient person to ask about computer issues.
And probably the most knowledgeable at that time. I mean, she'd worked in a pharmacy before. She worked for you a long time.
Yes, and she had gone to school.
And there was a question about, we looked at this, and I believe Mr. Quinn has said it numerous times, y'all filled 50,000 prescriptions during this time period. And these 195 are less than 1%, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what percentage would be okay that will filled illegally? If this is just 1%, what's the number?
Well, none would be okay. I mean, we don't want to violate the law.
I have no further questions, thank you.
All right. Any follow-up from that based on?
Just one, Dr. Cozy, you were asked about Mr. Walker, him working there, and I want to follow up. Can you describe for the board how his separation from the pharmacy happened as far as the text message and the resignation and then the request for unemployment? Just kind of give the board the flavor of what went on there.
Okay. Well, we had been coming into conflict mostly over CBD oil sales, which I was very reticent about doing, even though I was told it was legal. I had gone to enough of the board or enough of the state association meetings to know that that wasn't really a good idea. Didn't want to do it. And we had come into conflict.
You and Mr. Walker.
Me and Mr. Walker. And it just kind of set the tone for it. Well, he sent us the text message and wanted to meet with us, and he was demanding family leave act money for the rest of the year. And I wasn't even sure if we qualified for FMLA and whether we owed him anything for not. And he came into the office and was, alternately screaming and crying and making a scene. He told myself and Mandy that he was going to go to the board and he hoped that they gave me a $50,000 fine so it would run me out of business. That's almost a direct quote. And at that time, Mandy and I thought, well, let's give him his 2 or 3 weeks pay. Maybe that'll help him out. We'll get him out of here. And that's where we thought he signed the resignation. That's where we thought it was going. Then I received a couple of phone calls during the spring, where he was telling me that I needed to do the right thing, or everything that happens from now on was on me. Everything is going to be on me. He had dreamed up something about me talking to his potential investors in the CBD business. I don't know who that would be. I told everyone in the pharmacy there was going to be no bad mouthing of Marcus. Just tell people that he went on to his new job. He was working on a new career. And he, 2 phone calls, and we would go through the unemployment, I guess hearings is what, or reviews, so he could get his unemployment. He wanted me to change the way we had reported it, because he reported that he got laid off, which no one would get laid off in the middle of the pandemic working in a pharmacy. There was no lack of work there. And he wanted us to lie to unemployment, which I was not going to do. And so after the final determination on his unemployment came in the first week of August, that's when he was told he was not going to get unemployment. And that's when he informed the board. So yeah, animosity is a kind word for the feelings we had for it.
That's good.
All right, Daniel, anything about that? Carl, you have follow-up?
Just one quick question.
All right.
When in the phone calls we heard, I mean, there was talk about there were problems, animosity between you and Mr. Walker. You mentioned these threats at that time, Dr. McCray, that he was threatening to fine you, he was threatening to put you out of business, any of that?
Well, it wasn't able to work it into the conversation like that.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Follow-up.
No, sir.
All right, board, if y'all have any questions, y'all are free to ask.
I have a quick question, and I see you, Dr. Mack. My question is, what was the training program for technicians? If you're saying she didn't really do it, she was just there to sort of answer troubleshooting and help us type questions. What was your training program for new technicians? You testified that you hired several people and it didn't work out.
Well, number one, you go through the fraud, waste, and abuse training that comes along with being with McKesson. But most of the training was done by more experienced technicians and myself. It was more or less, we don't have a formal program.
Did we just lose Zoom? Oh, everybody's back. Okay. Sorry.
Everybody just be.
We don't have a formal program. I mean, we did used to have books, notebooks that Amy had printed off from McKesson's website and stuff like that, you know, how that sort of thing. But no, most of the training was provided by senior technicians on the job training.
Okay. Dr. Mack?
Okay, I have a couple of quick questions. Were your techs administering the vaccine?
No.
Just you and the nurses?
The nurses, yes.
Okay. And then what is your explanation why a tech that is not a tech, has nothing to do with the pharmacy, why would she be logged in to the computer as a technician? What's the rationale for that?
In order to submit like WebIZ information and rebilling claims, sometimes we use a lot of different wholesalers, and a lot of times the prices that are in our computer are McKesson prices, not IPA or whoever we get it from. And so these things have to be rebuilt to keep our money straight.
So she had to log in as a tech for all that work.
Well, not that she was never understood that she was a tech, but this administrator maybe would be better, or something along those lines.
But your official record shows that she was the tech. She was the tech on record. And you knew that when Dr. Holland walked in. So I'm not following why an administrator type person or a third party type person would come log in as a tech when they aren't even a tech, aren't thinking about being a tech. We're not trying to be a tech. Why would they log in as a tech? I'm not following that.
Well, I believe they have a login into the computer. I don't know if she's necessarily listed as a tech in the computer, but my clerks log in to the system too.
But I don't think they would show on the record as filling a prescription, right? As the tech on duty.
Well, no, they wouldn't. But that was a mistake on our part, I guess, is putting that where she appeared as a tech. She was not a tech, and she should not have been put in there. It has to go to the list of permissions that when you set up a person. And being the administrator, you know, she has to be able to do banking and stuff like that, so we can resubmit claims and stuff like that. We were doing our best guess on this when we set up the permissions on there. They have little check marks, you know, if it's a pharmacist, if it's a pharmacist in charge, if it's a technician, if it's a clerk, and it auto populates the permissions, and then you go back and you edit them as such. And we were just making our best guess when we set it up originally 7 years ago.
And the last one is, you stated that you did not know she could not be in the pharmacy, but yet you also stated you tried to keep her out as much as you could. Why would you keep her out if she was allowed?
Business itself, because she was trying to have a baby and later on raising a small child, and she never wanted to be a technician. She wanted to be the business manager. And that sort of responsibility. She never wanted to be a technician.
But strangely enough, you tried to keep her out, but you didn't know she had to be out. That contradicts each other to me.
Well, I don't mean like that I was physically trying to keep her. I wanted her working from home and just doing the banking and the paperwork and that sort of thing. That was the intention.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, and it may actually wind up being for a different witness, but was she employed at a pharmacy that you were working at as a pharmacist when she surrendered her technician permit? So I'm trying to figure out like, where was she working at that time and who was the pharmacist?
She was working at Kroger when she submitted her resignation.
Were you the pharmacist there?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Dr. Mason, any questions? Anybody else on Zoom?
All right. Anything asked by the board cause attorneys have any follow-up?
I do have one quick question, Dr. Quintus. You just said that in the computer system, you had to put in like somebody was a pharmacist or a clerk or a technician or whatever.
Mhm.
So she was listed as a technician.
I don't know.
I mean, if she's showing up as the technician on the field, then she
Right.
would have been listed as a technician. That'd be a fair statement.
I do not know because you can do it manually, go through and put the different responsibilities that are listed on there. You can auto-populate it by putting as a tech, or you can just click individual ones.
Okay, thank you. And, Dr. Mitchell, I believe, a couple of members asked if we think we'll break, I think we do a couple hours, if that's good. This is a good time, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, well, let's finish with this witness and then, no more questions?
That's all I have, thank you.
Yeah.
I've got a question. How many technicians do you have working at your store?
Currently, we have, 2 active and 1 on maternity leave.
Okay.
Hopefully she'll be back in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Joe Quinn. You have any more questions of this witness? All right. Anybody else have any more questions of this witness? All right, seeing none, we'll step down now. And are y'all fine with taking a break?
Take a break and then I'll call.
Yeah. All right, board, how long you on break for?
I just have.
5 minutes.
All right.
11:05.
You're gonna go off the record for.
Dr. Newsom says that everybody is coming.
Yeah.
Yes.
Darren, don't need any water or anything, so.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
There you go.
Dr. Mack and Dr. Kraus and Miller back to me, turn videos on, so we can see you. One. Oh. Waiting or? Oh,
There you go.
okay, we have, all the board members except for Dr. Richard back to step away, so we're ready to start.
Okay, we're back on the record for the Arkansas State Pharmacy, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy in the matter of Brian's Pharmacy, 2021-077. So when you have to call your next witness.
Just one question, is Dr. Richmond?
Dr. Richmond had to step out for a meeting, so he got called away. We still do have a quorum of 7 members, and if he comes back, we will ask him not to participate and not to vote, since he will miss some of that, but we do have a quorum, so.
We call Amanda Wallace, please. Would you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Amanda Wallace, actually Hester is my divorced last name, I've used in years, but nevertheless, Amanda Wallace Hester, and it's my address. It's 200 South Claremont Avenue in Sherwood, Arkansas.
You was watching the previous one.
I'm sorry, oh, yes, sir, yes, sir, I was.
I was gonna get that on there.
Okay, thank you.
Can you go by Amanda?
Yes, sir.
We tell the board, you were once licensed as a technician, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the board, how it came to be that you had to voluntarily surrender that license.
So I was a pharmacy technician at Kroger in Little Rock at the West Marketing Store. I've had ulcerative colitis since, oh gosh, I'm trying to think, say 2001 or so. And I've had several different treatments. I've done Remicade, I've done the suppositories, that I've done every kind of treatment you can do for Remicade, for ulcerative colitis. And I got to the end of my treatments, basically. Remicade, I've done that several times. We go and do the IV injections. And my GI doctor was just like, we're kind of stuck now. Like, we'll keep doing the cold salt, keep doing, all these other medications, but nothing was really working. And I was getting hospitalized, and I said, I don't know what else to do. And that is when I made my decision to try marijuana. And yes, it was not medicinal at that point. So I continued to work at Kroger. I never have gone to work under the influence or anything like that. The events that led to my surrender of my license is the manager at the store at the time. She was stealing money. I didn't know that, no one knew that. Anyway, she got fired, and then 2 weeks after she got fired, they came in and drug tested all of us. And obviously I knew at that moment that that was it. So when I got my drug test results back and they notified the board and everything, and then the board, I believe, contacted me, that whole kind of period's a little blurry. Obviously I was embarrassed and shamed that I lost my job. And I'm not excusing my part in it by any means. I was, like I said, doing it for my health to see if I could finally get into remission. So anyway, I did choose to surrender my license. I do remember getting the letter in the mail from the pharmacy board. Obviously, I signed it, so I had to at least read a majority of it. I honestly don't remember. I'm not the type of person to discard paperwork that's important. But at that point in my life, I said, this chapter's closed. and I'm moving on. And I told my parents, yes, that I surrendered my license. Brian is my stepdad. I just kind of want to put that out there too, so people don't think it's weird that I call Brian Brian. He's my stepdad, but he is not really my stepdad, so we have a very close relationship. But like I said, I just wanted to put it out there why I refer to him as Brian.
So now, okay, you got this positive marijuana test.
Yes, sir.
And you did a surrender. Did you know that, as part of that process, that you were no longer allowed in the prescription department in the state of Arkansas?
I don't recall that, but I obviously signed the paperwork and was aware of it at one point. I don't.
You know, your dad, knew about that.
No, he's never seen any of the separation paperwork, because we never worked together, so it wasn't really something. I mean, I was ashamed, and I didn't want to show my parents. They knew that I had surrendered my license, but I didn't show them actually all the paperwork there, because I was an adult. I'm still an adult, obviously.
So, did you start to work and help, your dad start the pharmacy?
So my mom, who has never been a pharmacist or a pharmacy technician, she is a pharmacy technician now, but she started doing all the paperwork because Brian was employed as a full-time pharmacist down in Pine Bluff at the time. And so she asked me to help her with some of the paperwork, just kind of where do these numbers come from? Who do you get your DEA license from? Who do you get, these things? That's how it started. And I said, look, I'll help you, but I cannot be a pharmacy technician. I will not be a pharmacy technician. I want to work from home. So that's how everything was set up. And then shortly after the store opened, we opened in January of 2015. I got pregnant in February of 2015 and worked from home for years. I was able to do our payroll from home, do our schedules from home. If I, hired any employees, which we didn't for years because Marcus was our only technician. And when you start a store from scratch, you don't have any prescriptions to fill. So, they would be at the store all day. So there was no needing to train anyone or anything like that, which when we did hire new people, Marcus is the one that trained our employees. And then after he departed, we would have other experienced technicians who would do the training on the less experienced technicians. Excuse me.
So were you training the technicians on the computer, which we've heard?
The only thing I've done with the technicians on the computer is set their roll up in the computer, like their login information to be able to access the computer system.
And you don't deny that you were in the prescription department.
No, I do not deny. I was in the prescription area, excuse me.
But you're denying that you were filling prescriptions.
That's correct.
And tell the board how your name can be on the printout that you did print it out 193 times.
I know now that I should have had my permission set to more just administrative. Versus there was a point I had it set differently and I couldn't access any financial information. So say if you buy a bottle of atenolol for $5 from a secondary wholesaler, but McKesson has it listed in our computer as $85. Obviously, when they're running prescriptions through on our printouts for financial purposes, I would see that we're taking a huge loss. So I know at one point I changed my permission so I could access the financials on the drugs from my home, not from the pharmacy, from my home. So I could go in and just edit the price of the drugs. And apparently in doing that, opened the door of where things could show up like I'm the one that filled the prescriptions. But there was so many years I was never even, not never, very rarely at the pharmacy, let me put it that way. And then, like the record is showing, from August of 2019 through December of 2020, there's just a handful of them. And then
That's when Marcus was there during that period.
Yes, sir.
And there's, during that period, there's like 25.
Yes, sir.
193. Okay. The bulk of them came after Marcus left and the COVID vaccine was
Yes, sir.
released. Tell the board what you were doing. Your next
So-
record that you'd be in the two computer.
Okay, so when we got the COVID vaccine, everything kind of just happened overnight. And I was in charge, or put myself in charge, however you want to put it, of organizing the vaccine process. There would be several times when we were in the parking lot doing vaccines, like one guy left his driver's license and his insurance card at the pharmacy, or in the copying machine that we had to make copies. So ran into the pharmacy, logged into the computer to get his phone number to call the patient. And I know I didn't log out. I mean, things were happening so quick, and I hate to give excuses because that's not the kind of person I am. But I do know that did happen, that I know I was not always the best at signing out of the computers, and unfortunately, that's
And
what I'm learning now.
if you were signed into the computer and then didn't sign out, and a technician came in behind you to fill a prescription, would it show that you had filled that prescription?
Yes, sir, and the day, I believe that, I'm sorry, I can't remember his name. No, the gentleman that came in. Okay, thank you, I'm sorry about that. There was something a technician had done right before he came in, and Brian did see it, and he reversed it immediately. And I tell every single employee, pharmacists, technicians, it doesn't matter. I am not a technician. I do not fill prescriptions. It's something I've said from day one to every single person that comes into our store. And I know Brian referenced trying to keep me out of store or the pharmacy. It was because my role was to be at home and to work at home, to keep the business going. I wouldn't jeopardize my parents' business. This is their retirement. I love being a tech, but I can't be a tech anymore, and I recognize that. I'm a really good tech, but I can't be a tech. And I just assumed taking on the responsibility of the business, making sure we all get paid, making sure that, like I said, all the bills get paid, all of the insurance claims that we're billing that they're getting paid to, is the vaccines that when I submit those, I don't submit them. I'm not billing any insurances for them. We go through a third-party company. All I do is scan them into my computer and email the files to the third-party company. And then I look at our remittance advices when we get them in the mail or through the computer files that they send to me on a daily basis. And I do over the counter stuff in the store, which is horrible right now, but we do hospice prescriptions, I order hospice supplies. But the way the pharmacy's set up, there's no phones in the back. So the day that he came into the store and said on picture number 4, which is Brian's dispensing area, I don't know if it's still in the same picture because you can't see it very well. There's a telephone in this very corner. And I remember when he came in that day, a technician had said, hey, a customer's on the phone. There's only 2 other working phones in the pharmacy at that time. So Brian's phone is one. There's a phone sitting by the register. This one does not work. This one physically might work now, because like I said, I haven't been there 2 months.
Can I ask you what number you're referring to?
Sure. Oh, I'm so sorry. So number 3 is the picture of behind where the registers are. There's 2 computers that you can access the POS software and also the filling software. So when I get third-party remits, I go to these 2 computers and enter the checks, basically saying, okay, this is how much we've gotten paid, so it helps balance our books out. And in order to look at certain paid claims, yes, I would log into the computers, so I can make sure that the amount that we're supposed to be getting paid is actually the right amount that we are getting paid, if that makes any sense. I don't know how else to explain that part, but that's the role of logging into the computer system.
So you were behind the counter.
Yes, sir.
You didn't know that you weren't supposed to be behind the counter, but everybody knows you were behind the counter.
Yes, sir.
But you weren't doing technician roles.
That's correct.
You were doing business manager,
Yes, sir.
administrative type.
Yes, sir.
Now you're aware of the issue, has the permission been changed?
Yes, sir. Totally. There's absolutely no way anything can have my name on it at all, ever again. We've gotten a phone added to the pharmacy. I know we don't have any pictures here, but there's 2 separate rooms behind kind of this wall area. It's in the back. We've got a phone added back there, so that way when I do have phone calls, I don't have to be, in the prescription area.
Have you been to the pharmacy since, Dr. McCready raised the issue?
No, not at all. I've been in the parking lot one time to drop off some vaccine, actually.
Is there anything else that you want to tell the board that your father spoke about that you disagree with or need to clarify?
Just other than the fact that when he did come in that day, Brian was in the back drawing up vaccines. That's why he was not over here. I don't recall if there was any baskets over here.
Your point two.
I'm sorry, again, this is number 4, picture number 4.
C.
That, like I said, I don't recall if there was any over here because I don't mess with those items. I was on the telephone with a patient, and if I thought really hard, I could probably remember who it was. But nevertheless, when I heard him say, he's with the board, and so I out front talked to him. Normally, I'm not in the back area a lot. Like I said, the only time I'm back there is usually doing reports or looking at financial data. But a lot of the time, like most of the time, I'm either back at my desk area, count registers, going through the mail, trying to see what files we need ordered, because that's where my desk is, back in that area.
And were you present when Marcus said that around 2 a.m. that morning that he wasn't going to be there the next day, with wanting leave money and that sort of thing? Can you just tell the board your take on that?
Well, I know that obviously he sent the text messages. I get up around 6 a.m. and I called my parents and said, hey, have you seen this message from Marcus? And I said, no. And so I said, well, I'm going to call Mary, who's one of our cashiers. I said, I'll get her to come in the morning on that day. Marcus came in probably about an hour or so after that, because I remember Brian calling me. And Marcus at that time was demanding to know what our answer was as far as paying him through the end of the year. And I wasn't there. This is what I've been told. So,
let's know if you weren't there.
I wasn't there that day. Okay, so Friday, he said.
Did you deal with the unemployment?
Yes, I
He's
did.
going to ask about unemployment.
Yes.
Tell the board about that.
So, I got a request from the Department of Workforce Services. I do frequently when an employee separates from us, and it said that he was requesting unemployment for being laid off, I think is what it said, from lack of work. And this is right in the middle of the pandemic. And I said, no, we don't lie about this. We've had other people ask us to lie to get unemployment before, and we don't do business like that. We did agree, to pay him through the end of the year. Marcus has always been viewed as part of our family. He's been to my kids' birthday parties. He's been to events at my parents' house. When he didn't have a place to sleep because him and his wife were going through a divorce, I gave him money. I offered to let him stay at my home when I was out of town for a weekend, so we would have a place to stay instead of staying in his car overnight. We treated him like family, and I don't know. I didn't want him just to walk away with nothing. I already knew the position he was in his family, and I just, like I said, I didn't want him to walk away with no money.
No. So y'all paid him through the end of the year. If he signed the resignation, applied for unemployment, and you wouldn't change your determination.
That's correct.
That he was not laid off.
That's correct. Well, we'd also given him, loaned him $800 previous to this incident happening. I don't really remember why we loaned him the money, other than he said he needed the money. But after that, he gave us about $100 after that, yeah.
Did you hear him say, your father said that once he didn't get the unemployment, that he was going to more or less do y'all in?
Yes, sir. He said so Saturday afternoon, I was at the pharmacy. He came in and I said, Brian, we need to text Marcus back, because I know the longer you wait to text somebody, he's just sitting there reeling and. He was at a spot in his life that I'd never seen him behave the way he was behaving, so erratically and yelling and screaming. And another one of our technicians was there and witnessed this as well. And I said, Brian, I think part of the only way we're gonna get him to kind of leave the store without having to call the police is to agree to go ahead and pay him through the end of the year. And that's what we did. And I tried to talk to him and say, hey, how can I help you? You know, through all of this. And he just was screaming, I don't need help from you. I don't want help from anybody. I don't want help from my family. I don't want help from my employer. I don't want help from anyone. He said, I'm gonna take this place down. I can't swear if he said burn it down. I do know he said, I'm going to take this place down. And I said, I don't understand basically where all this is coming from.
Who has the witness? Thank you.
All right, Ms. Daniel, you can ask.
Thank you. Looking at exhibit A, we just talked about text message. So this was a text message or an email?
It was a text message.
And it came to who?
Brian and I both in a group text message.
So at that point, did you just say you got up at 6 or you got to the pharmacy at 6?
Oh, no, I wake up at 6 in the morning.
So when would you get to the pharmacy?
I don't think I went to the pharmacy at all that day.
Well, I mean, just in general.
It depends. I don't have a
You didn't
set
have a
schedule to be down there, no, because we hire all of our employees to fill those roles.
I got you.
Because
Okay,
that's
thank you.
not my role to be down there filling a
Okay, thank you.
position.
I'm going to, we've put up. I'm looking at exhibit 4. Exhibit 4 is the last one. I'm sorry, not exhibit 4. I'm looking at, exhibit C, picture 4. And, Dr. Cozy testified that this was his workstation, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that day that Dr. Hoffman came in, though, you were here.
Yes, sir, I was on the phone.
And so where do you usually work?
I don't have a designated area inside of the pharmacy. I have a desk, we have a storage room, really is what it is, where we store all of our vials and just other supplies. No drugs are back there. That's where our refrigerator is. I guess it's technically our break room.
You have a computer back there?
No,
phone?
I have my own laptop computer.
Phone back there?
There is a phone currently now, but there was not at the time.
And I'm looking at pictures 1 and 2, these are the same counter. There's a couple of computer stations there and a telephone back there, is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And so where you were that day is where the prescriptions are come in to be verified and checked?
Yes, sir.
And there are prescriptions sitting there on that counter?
Well, this was not from the day that he came in.
It's just a yes or no question.
I don't know. I don't know.
So you don't know what's in that picture? If there's-
Oh, yes, in this picture, this particular day, these pictures were taken.
Okay, thank you. Where was Dr. Cozy that day when Dr. Hoffman came in?
He was in the first back office drawing up vaccine, because we had customers in the pharmacy to get COVID vaccine.
Okay, but he previously said that he was at his station there working with Dr. Hoffman.
I know he did, and that was incorrect, because I did leave the
It's a
pharmacy.
yes or no, thank you. You don't have
Okay.
to explain, it's just a yes or no question, thank you very much. How long did you work, so when you started using marijuana, you were a technician at Kroger.
Yes, sir.
How long did you use marijuana while you were working at Kroger?
Maybe 3 months.
Okay, so you were using it and then you said yes, somebody else got in trouble, so they drug tested everybody.
Yes, sir.
Whatever amount of it.
Yes, sir.
And so did you continue to use marijuana after that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how long are you using it currently?
Yes, I do have my medical marijuana license for ulcerative colitis.
Okay, so not only back then were you working in a pharmacy while using marijuana, but you're still currently working in a pharmacy while using marijuana.
Well, I'm not fulfilling the roles of a technician.
Are you working in a pharmacy
Yes, sir.
while using marijuana?
Well, not under the influence of marijuana when I'm at the store, if
Are you-
that's what you're,
Do you currently use
Why?
marijuana? Yes or no?
yes, sir, I
Do
do.
you currently work for Brown Pharmacy?
Yes,
or no? You set all the IDs up, you testified that you set all of the IDs up for the workers or staff.
Yes, sir.
And so you heard Marcus testify earlier that you were using other people's IDs to, you know, I'm not asking if you did it.
No.
I heard him testify.
Yes, I did hear him testify that, that's correct.
I've nothing further from you.
All right. You have any? Nothing further to be read? All right, board members? Y'all can ask this witness if you like.
Dr. Mack?
Hi, Amanda. I just have one question. So you were actually the one that set up all the permissions for everyone else and yourself, I'm sure, but were you aware when Dr. Holland asked for that report that it was going to show that you had filled 193 prescriptions as a technician?
No, I knew that there was one earlier in that particular day that he came in, because there was a tech that I'd been on a certain computer and I'm assuming got a phone call or someone asked me a question or something, and I walked away and he did fill something underneath my name. And I said, hey, this is under my name, and it was immediately corrected, because like I said, I don't fill prescriptions.
But you didn't know, even though Brian knew it, he knew and said to Dr. Holland, oh, it's going to show Amanda's name, but she doesn't fill prescriptions.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
But did you know that your name would be on all those reports?
I knew that it could be on some of them with a couple, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted, I apologize. I did not know that it was gonna be on there, no. Not,
Dr. Kraus?
Yes, thank you. When you log into the prescription software, let's say, for instance, Brian logs in with his username and password and is filling prescriptions. I assume that his initials populate the field at the bottom automatically as he's the one filling that prescription. In that software, can somebody else come over to where Brian had logged in and say, maybe, with his initials, for instance, BK, go down and take that out for that particular prescriptions and say, put in LC or whatever, that they filled that prescription, knowing that because it was logged in under Brian, they would, you would have to go, because the field automatically populates with Brian's initials, where the person that's in there constantly have to go in and change those initials as they're the ones that are filling that prescription instead of Brian, even though he's the one that logged into that prescription filling
I'm
section.
unsure. My understanding was once you log in under your username, that's whose name is appearing on all of your things. I'm not sure if you can go down and change the initials, if that's what you're asking. I'm unsure of that because I'm not that familiar with the actual filling process of the prescriptions. I know if you bill an Advair prescription for 1 versus 60, that's an error. And so I see those kind of errors, not the actual ins and out of the filling process itself. And as someone mentioned DURs, I don't even know where those things are on the prescription filling software, if that makes any sense. My role was just to access the filling software for the financial information.
Would anybody there know that? Would anybody in your store know if that's possible?
To change the initials? Is that, I'm not sure if they know or not, would know or not, to be honest with you.
Dr. Cozy says he doesn't know, but if anybody wants to ask.
I have a
He was the only pharmacist, so it was the technician initials that is the opportunity here, because he was the only pharmacist filling.
Earlier, the former employee testified that he had physically seen you count pills and fill prescriptions.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree with or do you refute that testimony?
I repeat that testimony. Can I just say one thing? We've had several employees, not several, but as any business that's been around for 7 years, we've had other pharmacists, we've had other employees, and Marcus left for a while and then chose to come back, and he's saying we were doing all of these illicit actions for all of these years, but yet he chose to come back.
This is an argument, not testimony.
Okay, I apologize.
This is really
I'm sorry, I
warranted it. Just, I mean, Mr. O'Quinn can make that argument if he so chooses.
okay, I apologize for that.
This
I'm
is
sorry.
the right area for that.
Right.
Again, I do apologize.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't do this every day.
Right, thank goodness.
You know, but yeah, just give testimony.
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah.
All right, board, any more questions for this witness? All right, anything about what the board asked, causing the attorneys to have a follow-up?
No.
No, sir.
All right, you can step down, and so we can call your next witness.
We raised.
Okay. So all the witness testimony and all documentary evidence that y'all want in before the board is in?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so well, at this time, make closing arguments if you like, so we'll go to the deliberation, just maybe you go first.
Thank you. And all this, I mean, we've heard a lot of testimony, a lot of, conservative exhibits over the past couple hours. This all started on a complaint. Whatever the basis of that complaint was, I'm not, disputing that there was apparently some animosity here between, pharmacy employees, pharmacy ownership, and, Mr. Walker. The board received that complaint, it went to Dr. McCready, she did what she always does when she receives a complaint, she looked into it. Her and Dr. Holland looked into this. This complaint came in 9 months after Mr. Walker left. His complaint was very specific. And looking at it, it is exhibit 4. Says, report that for 6 or 7 years, Amanda Wallace has been filling prescriptions illegally for pharmacies. Pharmacist is aware and refused to do anything about it, which legally quit. That was his testimony today. He didn't like what was going on there. He left. He had some other business issues, needed to take some time for his self-care. He did that. His testimony has not, or what he's stating has not changed since he sent this in August and to what we're here for today. Regardless of the reasoning behind what he said it came to the board. The board looked into it and found that to be true. You heard Dr. McCready. You heard the phone calls. She's specific. The testimony shows that this was that Ms. Wallace worked as a technician. Shows that she filled prescriptions. There's a list of 195. It doesn't matter how many they filled. If they filled 50,000 or 50 million, there were still prescriptions filled illegally. They were filled by somebody who was not a technician. You also heard the phone calls. Dr. McCready asked Dr. Cozy, was she training your technicians? The answer was yes. Also asked, of course, there's no issue about being in the prescription department. She admits that, he admits that. It's her job, as she should know what she's allowed to do. That's not an excuse. Well, I didn't read the order or I forgot. As they pick at that pharmacy, it is his responsibility to know who can do what in his pharmacy. It's his responsibility to know. He knew that his daughter, this I mean, his daughter, his employee had surrendered her technician permit because of using illicit drugs. He should have known she was not allowed to be in the prescription department. He said on cross-examination a minute ago that he can't say for sure, he doesn't know for sure whether or not she filled prescription. He doesn't know for sure what she did training wise. Like I said, the amount of prescriptions is not in dispute. There were, yes, I mean, luckily it wasn't, I mean, half the prescriptions there, but it was enough that she's back there working and back there filling prescriptions. Dr. Holland walked in that day, he was picking up the documents that had been requested because it's Exhibit 7, that spreadsheet we discussed at length. Dr. Holland walked in, said she was standing, he looked at the picture, it's Exhibit C, picture 4. He looked at that picture and said, this is where she was sitting, or this is where she was standing working. That is, from both of their testimony, that is Dr. Cozy's, that's the pharmacy station, that's where prescriptions come from the tech, that's where that's where they are verified, and all that information is done right there. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever for her, not as a pharmacist, not as a technician, to ever be at that station when she's working on prescriptions. She had an office, or closet, whatever you want to call it. There were phones, there were computer terminals. There's no reason for her to be right there at that pharmacy station. You heard her testify that yes, she is the one who sets up everybody's IDs. You heard Marcus Wallace testify that yes, she was using those other people's IDs to fill prescriptions. She admitted, or back then, I mean, just surrendered the permit back in, 2014. So she started using marijuana, was using marijuana while working as a pharmacy technician in a pharmacy program. She surrendered the permit. She still uses it. She used it 7 years later. She's been working at Brian's Pharmacy in whatever capacity since that time, this entire time, using mind-altering illicit drug. So just to wrap it up, and I know we've heard a lot today, there's been a lot of questions, there's been a lot of back and forth. The complaint was made, and then the complaint was verified. I mean, regardless of why the complaint came in, it came in. It's not like there was not a finding. If there was nothing to this complaint, we wouldn't be sitting here. We're here because she was working as a pharmacy technician. She was performing technician duties after having surrendered her permit. She was performing those technician duties while using an illegal substance. Dr. Cozy was aware of where she was working. She was aware, he was aware she was working in the prescription department. And he can't say for sure, whether or not she was filling prescriptions. They should have been an easy answer. Of course she was not. Of course she was not filling prescriptions. So, this is not something, we're not asking you to just, this is not something we're asking you to take his license to do this, to that, but there should be consequences. This was knowing, having knowledge of illicit activity while it was going on. This was not, oh, I'm sorry, we messed up with one prescription. There's supposed to be 200 prescriptions. So there should be consequences for Dr. Cozy for allowing this to go on. And Mr. Quinn saying that we don't have any jurisdiction over her because she's not licensed. Well, if that was the case, why would anybody ever get a license? They could just go work and not have any consequences and not have anything to worry about. She was working, she was performing the duties that you have to be licensed to perform. That puts her under the jurisdiction of this board. She is also in violation of a order that she signed previously, stuff that she would not do if she had done that. So whatever consequences the board sees fit, but we ask that there be consequences. Like I said, we're not asking for, not asking to, put him out of business or do anything just like that, but there should be consequences for the willful actions of both of those parties.
All right, so what do you think, Chloe?
Just briefly, so we start with Mr. Walker, and he comes in here today and testifies he quit because he didn't like what was going on at the pharmacy. But his text messages reveal what was really going on. He was talking about at the time that he quit, he was talking about personal problems, not being respected, a lot of different things. It's in the text messages. But he didn't say, I'm quitting because y'all are doing illegal stuff here, and I'm tired of it. So he quit, he got mad, after they wouldn't approve his unemployment. And so now he comes in today and says he quit because they were doing something illegal. But in actuality, he said that after he was denied unemployment. But it's still, so that's what started this, rightfully or wrongly. It's not disputed that Amanda was behind the counter. She was behind the counter. They say it was unintentional, that she said she never read the final paperwork after she surrendered. And she certainly never told her dad that, and he never got the paperwork. But she was behind the counter, so that's a fact. On the day in question, when the investigator walked in, she wasn't behind the counter filling prescriptions. She said she was behind the counter on the phone with the patient, and that the cashier phone did not work. And contrary to what Mr. Davis said, they did not have a phone in the back room at that time. That's the testimony. So, but she's behind the counter, and it wasn't just that one time. It had to be multiple times. So I don't think anybody would believe otherwise on it. The issue, the main issue I see is that what she done tech functions. She said she absolutely was not doing tech functions. The only person in the world that we know about that says that she was is Mr. Walker, who's admitted to being disgruntled and all of that. Dr. Cozy said he can't say absolutely she wasn't doing tech functions, and I think that's an honest answer, because he didn't watch everything that she did, but he said to his knowledge, she was not doing tech functions, and that wasn't her job to do tech functions. But Mr. Walker's the only one saying this, except that we do have this printout with 190 something prescriptions that has Mandy's initials by that. And what they're offering, and we either believe it or we don't, is that the only way that could have happened is that she was logged into a computer system, kept her login open, and then someone came in behind and used her same terminal. If she was a technician, I'll just say there's 50,000 prescriptions being filled. She filled 0.003% of them. Like Mr. Daniels said, one prescription is illegal if she was doing that. But if she was trying to help out, and you've seen, I think, the energy that she has, she would have been on a lot more prescriptions than 193 out of 50,000. So to me, it's more logical that the computer login was left open. They've recognized the problem. This has opened their eyes, and they've gone and fixed that problem with the login so that this mistake won't happen any longer. But it wasn't intentional, as Mr. Daniels said. And they weren't knowingly flouting the board's order. But the facts are the facts, and these things happen. Since this time, she's not been in the pharmacy at Dr. Cozy's direction. She was never intended to be in the pharmacy a whole lot. He tried to, quote, keep her out of the pharmacy because he wanted her to work from home because of the business functions, type functions that she was doing, not clerical functions. Did he say she trained the technicians? He said she trained the technicians on the computer, meaning how to work some of the basics on the computer. That was his exact words. And I think the only other thing that she might have done that's admitted is that she entered numbers into the computer. And Dr. Cozy described how a patient can do that directly themselves. So if that's a violation, it's a violation, but everything else, and he didn't know he'd been recorded at the time, and the phone calls went on for a long period of time, and Dr. McCready questioned him on all the functions, that he was doing. To me, he said exactly what the law says, that she was doing business administrator type functions, but he admitted that, yes, she does enter numbers, and she has trained the technicians on the computer. So that's where we are.
All right. So, the closing argument's done. I'll turn it over to the board, and y'all go off the record for deliberations. And if y'all, there's something that you want to know, or something you need to ask your attorney about, and kind of points of clarification, or something you want to come back on the record, just, we can come back on the record and y'all can ask those questions, and you'll all from record deliberate, or when you have a decision, we'll come back on the record, whether that's it. All right, we're all correct.
Who wants to go first? Dr. Matt.
I'll take a stab at it. I don't know that there was any great intent to make her be a tech or act as a tech. And I think Amanda is a very strong personality that would probably take matters in her hand and help out any way she could. So, I mean, I don't think we can discount the fact that 193 or 5 or whatever the number is show that she was the technician on record, because a lot of pharmacists and techs come in and say, I know my name's on there, but I didn't do that. We don't ever just say, oh, if you said you didn't do it a couple of years ago, then you didn't do it. So I think she was doing some tech functions, you know, some more minor than others, but I think she was doing some tech functions. I think she was trying to help, but nonetheless, she was doing tech functions. Their computer official record says she was doing tech functions. And I don't think it's some huge fine we charge them, but I think very possibly Brian was busy and just looking the other way and just letting things happen. And that isn't right either. He's the responsible party. He's the pharmacist. I mean, if they didn't read their own board, she didn't read her board order and he didn't either, that's on them, because you're required to know what your board order says and apply to it. You're required to follow the laws in the state. And I think in this case, unfortunately, I mean, I think it's very unfortunate him and the other tech had an issue. And I think it's unfortunate that all that stuff happened. But nonetheless, Dr. Holland goes in and it basically proves itself out. She happened to be there that day. She happened to be at a terminal. She happened to be in the pharmacy. So I think there is some opportunity here to do something, because it that isn't allowed. And you know, there's been many people that have come before us that didn't understand exactly what was a tech function, and you know, we still held them to the responsibility of the tech function.
Dr. Kraus.
Well, I agree with Dr. Mack. You know, I think a flat fee or fine for the pharmacy and a flat fee or fine for the PIC with potentially, you know, maybe 1 to 3 CE hours on tech duties or responsibilities if they're out there. But you know, I'm thinking, you know, maybe $2,500 for the pharmacy and $2,500 for the pharmacist. And, you know, maybe 3 hours of CE concerning tech duties and responsibilities.
Dr. Mason.
I'm counting the same lines with my Dr. Mack and Dr. Kraus. A lot went on here. And I do believe that, it's hard not to chip in and work when we see that, the pharmacy go well, but this should help out. And I think the, fines are consistent with, what Dr. Kraus is saying.
Dr. John.
Yeah, I would say there's a few things that have come up that certainly empathize with COVID, business, pandemic, and make sure our own business and do vaccines and still maintain other operations. So I certainly empathize with that. Also empathize with the nature of the business and wanting to see that succeed. But at the end of the day, you know, we do have a surrender that have specific terms associated with it. We do have electronic, I guess, evidence that technically occurred, under her name. And we also had physical observation by one of the board inspectors, being in the prescription area. And so that's what kind of goes down to me. I would say, I would agree with, Dr. Price's line of thinking with some type of black line. Yes.
Ms. Moore, Ms. Ryder? Hang on, Ms. Ryder, I think you're muted.
Sorry. There's been so much information. However, it doesn't change the fact that, you know, the allegations are true and the charges are proven. And I agree with, I don't think that things were done maliciously. I think that it just happened. It's a family business, and you want to try to make that family business succeed. And I think she was trying to help out. And I think he probably just let it maybe slide because there was so much going on. I don't think it was really intentional. But I do agree that there, you know, has to be some consequences, you know, to this. So now it just kind of boils down to, you know, what the fines are going to be. And I'm in agreement with what the others have suggested.
Yeah, I also agree that I don't feel like there was malintent, but it does appear that something has gone wrong. I do feel like, so my two major ongoing concerns would be, do we have something in place? And I don't know if we want to include this in any of our findings or just give this as strong advice afterward, but to ensure that as part of the training process, when we're training on patient safety and privacy, and we're training on use of our own login information, that's very clearly a part of the training processes, and whatever additional steps, it sounds like they've already started down that path, but whatever additional processes or protocols, policies, whatever it is, they've put into place to help prevent it from happening in the future. So that would be one. And then the other is the ongoing medical marijuana use. I know that I don't know. So with a safety sensitive position, it's my understanding that it's the employer's discretion on what positions are defined as safety sensitive, but I'm a little vague on that. And so I don't know if that would fall into even at-home work or the business, the non-clinical functions within the pharmacy, if that still would apply for that. So those are my only two kind of ongoing questions.
I will say, I don't think, and I'm surmising, I don't know if we need a legal opinion, but I don't think as a board, we really have jurisdiction over that decision by the employer as far as the non-clinical functions, right? If it's a non-clinical function, then I think it's sort of outside of our purview on what the employer decides they will or won't allow as an HR policy.
Right, and that's why, and we may need to just, as a encouragement to have a good understanding of the safety sensitive positions and how those legislations apply to employers, particularly healthcare employers and that sort of thing.
Does somebody want to make a motion? It sounds like everybody's pretty much in agreement.
I can make it.
Okay.
Do we agree
And
on?
Brian, you are really hard to hear. Can you possibly I can hear you. I can't understand you as well. So maybe you can talk up a little bit. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Don't want to scream. I want you to hear me.
So we do need to go,
Well, before we do, is everyone in agreement on the fine amount before I make the motion?
2,500 for each?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
I'm okay with that.
Yep, me too.
and you're gonna go through.
Allegations.
Charges, okay. Anything else before we go back on the record?
Well, to Amy's point, and I don't know that we even know this, having anything to do with patient profile, third party even, I don't know if that matters under the medical marijuana card. I don't think we know exactly, except being in the pharmacy is going to be a safety, position. Now, if she truly is going to work 100% from home, I see that quite different, but I don't know if we know the answer to that thing, or if it's something we need to.
Well, it's either an allegation or a charge at this point.
And it seems like it is employer dependent, like the employer can designate if the employee falls into one of those categories, but I think the employer, and that's where I'm not understanding, but would just, not necessarily part of our motion, but would just advise to continue to, they themselves, make sure they have a clear understanding. Since this is a public forum, we want to make sure that they're understanding all of the other implications about things that have been discussed during the course of the conversation.
Okay. Dr. Jolly, I'm good.
Are we including CE in the motion?
Fine with that. What type of CE, does it need to be specific CE related to, I can't remember what Dr. Kraus said.
Say like tech duties or responsibilities.
Is that gonna be?
Even professional duties, because you have to know that you're in charge of the pharmacy and understand everything that goes on in your pharmacy.
Professional duties.
And I'll maybe add, if there's any question on that, the board staff can say, yes, this will count or no, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
I don't want to keep in the CE requirement, it's almost impossible to actually like find something.
I guess I'll phrase it, professional duties, CE around professional duties that's acceptable to board staff.
That sounds good. All right, I think we're ready to go back on the.
All right, we are before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. This is in the matter of Brian's Pharmacy, case number 2021-077. Go back on record, I believe the board has a motion.
Yes. So in the matter of Brian's Pharmacy, permit number AR 20781, and Dr. Kosi, pharmacy license PD 07593, case number 2021-077. Board finds that allegations 1 through 13 are proven, charges 1 through 4 are true. Make a motion that we impose a $2,500 fine apiece on both the permit holder and the PIC. That we require the PIC to complete 3 hours of CE related to professional duties as reviewed and as accepted by board staff.
And just a little background, can we say that the allegations are true and the charges?
Did I get that backwards?
We can just,
Do I need to amend the motion?
if you don't mind, that's so we'll have a clear record.
Here we go again.
You can just amend it.
Okay.
Take those.
Yeah, so
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, any further discussion? All in favor?
I
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with the record show it was unanimous and that Dr. Rodney Richardson was not present for a vote.
Okay, y'all heard the decision of the board will be reduced to writing and service will be made upon all parties. If you care to appeal this decision, the appeal can be taken under the Administrative Procedures Act. If there are no other questions or comments, the decision will be concluded, the record will be closed.
We appreciate everybody's time. Good.
We had another hearing that was scheduled this morning. We had rescheduled it this afternoon. The board's been in contact. They called and needed to come back on and it kind of fit everybody's schedule. So if there's nothing else, we can break for lunch.
Okay, what time are we gonna meet at?
1 o'clock, the schedule's 1, so that gives everybody 15 minutes. Is that good? I know everybody's here. Is that good enough got enough time for everybody on Zoom? 1 o'clock.
Dr. Kraus will be out this afternoon.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you back at 1.
Sorry.
It's not that big, it's just one of those things.
True.
Now that's me.
We are back home, so we are recording, Zooming now.
Do we see Dr. Richmond? You're there, pretty please turn your video on so we can see you. Is our next case here or are they on Zoom?
He's on Zoom, he's Michael.
Why don't I see him?
Well, you only see who's his name's here. Dr. Hogan, can you hear me? Will you turn your video on so we can see you?
Is that better, sir?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We'll get started in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Dr. Mitchell, I believe we have everybody back. We just do just a quick roll call.
Sure can. So present here in the board office, we have board member Dr. Lenore Newsom, myself, Rebecca Mitchell, we have Dr. Brian Jolly joining us remotely. We have Ms. Carol Rader, Ms. Amy Ford, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Rodney Richmond.
Thank you, and this is Michael Hogan, and I will turn it over to Ms. Jeff.
All right, this is an administrative hearing. We're before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. It's Wednesday, October 13th. It's a little after 1 p.m. in the afternoon. We're at 322 South Main Street, Suite 600, Little Rock, Arkansas. And this is case number 2021-086 in the matter of Mr. Michael Hogan. So the board set a hearing today concerning the matter specified in the notice of hearing. My name is Jake Jones, and I'm an attorney, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in this matter. And so, Dr. Hogan, you're present. Are you represented by counsel today?
No, I'm not, sir.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to be. Did you receive could you introduce yourself for the record?
Did I get a letter? I'm sorry.
Well, could you introduce yourself for the record first?
Introduce myself. Michael Hogan. I live here in Van Buren, Arkansas. What else would you like to know about?
That's fine.
Okay.
Did you receive a copy of the order of the notice of hearing for today's hearing?
Yes.
Counsel of the board, can you introduce yourself for the record?
Luke Daniel, General Counsel, State Board of Pharmacy.
So, Dr. Hogan, I'll explain some things about how this administrative hearing is going to flow, and just some of the ground rules for it. If you have any questions, let me know, but So the board will base its decision today solely on the evidence that's presented today. So this includes any testimony or any other evidence that may be admitted. This hearing is held under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, so the rules of evidence don't apply, so hearsay can come in. It pretty much, if it's relevant, it gets to come in. It's not, the rules of evidence, like in a more formal court setting, don't really apply here. So we have a court reporter that's taken down everything that we're saying. This is being, there's a record to be made of this. And so for that reason, when you, especially doing it over Zoom, when you speak, make sure you speak loud enough and try not to speak over anyone. But back to the matter at hand here. So the board members really today don't know anything about the case other than what's in the notice of hearing. So for that reason, if you've submitted anything to the staff, or if there's anything that you have in your possession, documents, any sort of evidence that you want the board to see, you need to make sure that you submit it, into evidence today so the board can consider it, because you can't just have it.
Okay.
But if during the course of the hearing, you have any questions, this is sort of a low threat environment, you can stop, you can pause, you can ask whatever questions, I'll answer, whatever questions you might have just about the procedure or anything. So also, this is, these proceedings are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, so they're open to the public. And that includes the board's deliberations. So, and once the board goes off the record to deliberate, it's kind of a weird situation because, we'll still be present. You can hear the board deliberating, you can hear everything they're saying, but you can't, since we're off the record, you can't interject and, add anything. Once they're off the record, they're off the record. But if for some reason you need to come back on the record, we can do that. So at this point, anyone who's going to be a witness in this case, and so, Dr. Hogan, you or anybody, if you have anybody there that's going to be a witness for you, if y'all can stand and raise your right hand and be sworn by the court reporter.
Okay. Does my wife need to too? She's here with.
She'll offer any evidence.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah. Have questions.
Well, check your mind, or you do decide we can swear her in, but yeah,
Okay.
only someone who's going to testify needs to be sworn.
Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, any preliminary matters or exhibits you want to offer at this time?
We would just ask for you to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law, including pharmacy law and also criminal statutes of the state of Arkansas. Actually, take judicial notice of the pharmacy board, the rules and regulations.
All right, notice to be taken those laws and regulations.
And we move to enter exhibits 1 through 11.
Okay. Dr. Hogan, have you seen exhibits 1 through 11? Have you seen the state's packet?
Is it in the letter that Luke sent me?
Yes, I sent you one just recently with the packet.
Yes, I do have that, sir. Yes, I do.
You have any objection to any of those documents being offered to the board?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Do you have any objection to any of those documents being offered for the
Oh,
board?
no, sir. No, sir. No, that's fine.
All right, those will be admitted into the record. Do you have any documents or anything any evidence you want to introduce? At this time?
The only thing I have is I completed 2 years of counseling, and I've got the certificates of those. If you need those, I'll be glad to give them to you.
Well, if you'd like to introduce those for the record, you can, and,
I have no objection to those, and I'll stipulate that he completed that. And, Dr. Hogan, if you just want to email me those later so we can make them part of the record, but I have no objection whatsoever to those.
Okay, yes, sir, I will.
Ms. Daniel, you ready to proceed?
I am.
All right, Dr. Hogan, you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does either side wish to make an opening statement?
I don't.
And so an opening statement is you don't have to make an opening statement, the state's not going to make one, but it'd just be sort of a little roadmap, what you expect the board to see today.
Okay.
Do that, and you'll get a chance at the end to sort of make a closing statement.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make a little opening statement. Of course, I think y'all have the timeline in front of you of everything that happened. It was back in October of 2015. I was accused of touching my wife's granddaughter. And then later was arrested. And then 2 years after that, we finally got to where we were going to court, and I decided to go ahead and take a plea bargain instead of going ahead and going to court, just because of a case that had been about a week before my trial date, and they basically prosecuted someone with no evidence at all in a very similar case. So upon that man is now serving 25 years in the incoming unit. And so based on that, I decided to go ahead and take the plea bargain instead of risking spending the rest of my life in jail.
All right. With that, Ms. Jamie, you call your first witness.
Thank you. Statement called Deputy Director, Brendan Craig. Dr. Craig, will you just state your name and occupation for the record, please?
Brenda McCready, Assistant Director, Arkansas State Drug Pharmacy.
And you were here in 2017 when this matter came before the board previously.
Yes,
And this was, the board was notified that Dr. Hogan here had pled guilty to a felony sexual assault offense.
that's correct.
And that was in 2017, correct?
Yes,
And at that time, in February 8th of 2017, he was sentenced to 10 years probation.
yes,
And he surrendered his pharmacist license on March 30th of 2017, pending him gaining a board approval in the future to return to be a pharmacist. And on July 10th of 2017, he appeared before the board's formal review committee.
yes,
And just for the board members, I'm looking at the order notice of hearing, here's exhibit 1. And so he appeared in July, and they told him that they would, at that point, they would not reinstate his pharmacist license, correct?
that's right.
And they wanted to wait till his sex offender assessment came in.
Yes,
And anybody that's convicted of a sex offense in Arkansas has to have the sex offender assessment. They are labeled a certain number.
yes.
Rank of sex offender in the state.
What it is.
And so he completed that assessment in August of 2017 and is now requested to appear here today to request a reinstatement of his pharmacist license.
That's correct.
And part of that sex offender registration, and I would look over at 10, which is the sex offender fact sheet. It is exhibit 10. And so this is Dr. Hogan's sex offender fact sheet that comes from the Arkansas Department of Corrections.
Yes,
And it has him as down on the bottom where it says community notification level. He's registered as a level 2 sex offender. Is that correct?
yes, it is.
And the next one is exhibit 11. These are the descriptions. Like I said, there's 4 levels of sex offenders in Arkansas: 1, 2, 3, and 4. Correct.
That's correct.
And so I'm looking at exhibit 11. Would you read what I have highlighted there, which is level 2, which is what it is?
Level 2, typically offenders in this category have a history of sexual offending where notification inside the home is insufficient. Community notification requires notice to the offender's known victim preference, and those likely to come in contact with the offender.
So as his assessment, they're saying that due to what he was convicted of, that they need to let the community know that he is a registered sex offender and his type of victim.
That's correct.
I'm looking at, and he pled the victim in this case, he pled guilty to sexually assaulting was his 9-year-old step granddaughter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And looking over exhibit 4, which is the criminal information, and on the 3rd page of that, there's the affidavit for probable cause, correct?
Yes,
And in that affidavit for probable cause, the victim stated that Mike Hogan touched her breast and vaginal area on top and underneath her clothes,
he does say that.
and he did plead guilty to that sex offense.
Yes, he did.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Michael, you can ask questions of this witness if you like, but you don't have to. But if you have any questions you want to ask, you can.
No, sir, I sure don't, not on that, no.
Mr. Daniel, you call your next witness then?
State for this time.
Okay. All right, so, Michael, the state is arrested. It's not going to introduce any more evidence. At this point, you can testify, you can introduce any documents, you can call a witness if you want to. But, you can just give factual testimony at this point if you'd like to, if you have any witnesses you want to call or you yourself as a witness.
Okay, I'll just add a couple of things to it. I've also, I have to see a probation officer. They have decreased to that to where I only see the probation officer once a year instead of, it started out every month and every 3 months, and now they only want to see me once a year because evidently I'm doing everything that they're asking me to do. I've been working lately in the community, just as doing home repairs and just construction work and things like that. But I'm just ready to get back into pharmacy and do something where I'm kind of helping out a little bit more.
All right, Mr. You have any more testimony you want to give? And again, you'll get a chance in a minute to make like a closing argument.
Okay. Okay.
If you have more factual testimony to give, you can give it now.
No, I have, like I said, I completed the 2 years of counseling. I've basically done everything that everybody's asked me to do. And
all right, Mr. Daniel, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do, thank you. And you're scheduled, I apologize, but you're scheduled to be on probation until 2027?
that is correct, sir.
And you're currently registered as a sex offender in your area where you live?
Yes.
And that registration is actually for life, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so you said you've been working in homes. Do the homeowners whose homes you've been going into know you're a registered sex offender?
Yes, they do, yes.
So somebody's let them know that, or you let them know that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so before, when you worked as a pharmacist, where did you work?
I worked at Walmart.
That's where you were working during this time?
That's where I was working at, when I was accused of this, yes.
Okay. Accused of it, but you pled guilty to it, correct?
I did, sir, yes. But I tried to explain to you why I pleaded guilty for that.
So you pled guilty to a sex offense that you state you didn't commit?
I did not commit that offense, no.
I have nothing else.
All right. Board, do you have any questions for this witness?
I guess I have one. Would you have to post, would there have to be a posting in the pharmacy regarding being a sex offender in the event that children came into the pharmacy?
No, there would not have to be.
All right, any more questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. So Dr. Hogan, do you have any other witnesses you'd like to call? Any other testimony to give or anything like that? No?
No, sir.
Okay.
Maybe she's the only one that you're not supposed to be around.
Yeah.
So did you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I add one thing that my wife?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The only child that I'm not supposed to be around until the court order is the one that accused me of this offense. Any other children can be around.
Okay.
And that is Exhibit 6, is conditions of probation or on that where it says special conditions. Complete counseling, no contact with it. So he is correct on that statement.
All right. So you're resting your case here then, and you'll still get a chance to make closing arguments. You don't have any more evidence to offer?
No, sir, I don't. That's it.
We can email.
All right. Well, at this point, you can make any closing statements that you want, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you. We would just, this is from 2017. He pled guilty to sexually assaulting a child. He pled guilty to one of the second highest The felony offense is a class A felony. The only thing higher than that is a class Y felony. He pled guilty, and in that, and when you plead guilty, you're admitting to committing a crime. I mean, he pled guilty to committing a sex offense on a child, on a 9-year-old child. It's the board's sole duty is to protect the public. And here we have a known convicted sex offender with a child victim. That is a huge, huge risk, putting him back into the pharmacy. I understand that he's completed his counseling. He's pretty much done everything they've asked him to, and I understand that. And that's commendable. I'm glad he has done that. But this is still such a risk that sometimes there are lifelong consequences to decisions that you make. There are pharmacists out there that need jobs right now. It's not like there's a shortage. And I believe, and staff's opinion is, it's not worth the risk to put a convicted child sex offender into a place where he may have come in contact with children. And we're asking you not to reinstate his pharmacist license.
All right, Dr. Hogan, you can make a closing statement now. You tell the board what you'd like to see the outcome of this case be.
Of course, I'd like to see the outcome of my license reinstated, and I'll be willing to do, any amount of continuing education, anything that y'all ask of me to do. I am not a risk. I have not ever been a risk. I raised 3 boys. I've been around children all my life. This was not something I did, but I did plead guilty just for the fact that I did not want to spend the rest of my life in jail, which was a very real possibility. Very few of anybody that goes to court with a sex offender charge is actually let go. Very few. And if you ever want to look at the numbers, it's in the 90% somewhere up there. But that is the reason I pleaded guilty. I'm not a risk, never have been a risk, will never be a risk. And you will not have to even worry about that. But that's all I've got to say. And thank you for listening to me. And also I could do mail order or hospital if that would be, if you put it in there that that's all I can do, we could do something like that.
There is a demand for pharmacists too.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, at that, the board will declare the record closed for now, and we'll go off the record for the board to make deliberations. And, y'all discuss it. Once you have a motion, we'll come back on the record and hear that motion.
Dr. Richmond had something like just trying to come out of his mouth. Words.
I can't hear you.
You look like you were about to say something.
Actually, I do have a question. I guess it's really for Luke. I couldn't hear what he said when he said that the offense here is the second highest and the only thing higher was what, and I couldn't know what that was. And I guess for clarification, I would be curious to know what other type of offenses constitute a Class A felony.
Let me go back on the record for the question.
Yeah, I mean, you got an answer for that?
I do have an answer for that.
Okay. All right, we're going to be back on the record in this case. The board, one of the board members has a question for council.
I did hear a question, Dr. Richmond. This is a Class A felony. The only other higher classification of felonies are Class Y felonies, which include rape, murder, aggravated robbery. Other Class A felonies are attempted murder, attempted capital murder, some arson cases or arson charges, attempted aggravated robbery, attempted aggravated burglary. These are the higher echelon of the only sex offense that is higher than sexual assault first is rape.
May I add something to that, sir?
We're back on the record now.
Okay. My understanding was when we went into court that day that was reduced to a Class C felony and not a Class A felony. Only with a max of 6 years was what that was reduced to. I'm sorry, did my lawyer not give you those documents?
I have the judgment and conviction order that was filed on February 21st of 2017, sexual assault in the first degree, which is a Class A felony.
They didn't reduce it then. Okay, okay. That's what, he had filled out paperwork. It was supposed to be reduced to a Class C felony, but, okay.
It shows a Class A felony, which is anywhere from, which you could have been sentenced anywhere from 6 to 30 years in the Arkansas Department of Corrections.
Okay,
That's the range, which includes that probation period. But he could have been sentenced to up to 30 years.
okay.
I have a question for Luke. Does that level of felony automatically include him in the OIG or the exception to work in a healthcare facility and be able to participate in CMS and that sort of thing? Or does it have to be drug related?
Not for OIG, it has to be some type of fraud, deception, or narcotics related.
Okay, thank you.
Like, like an embezzlement charge or something to do with some type of money fraud or felony narcotics. So this would not disqualify him from, or would not put him on the OIG list, if that was your question.
Yes, thank you.
Luke, I didn't quite catch the answer. I didn't quite catch all of the question.
For Ms. Forrest's question,
Yes.
she asked, there is an OIG list that you can be put on by the federal government where you cannot accept government reimbursements, Medicaid, Medicare, any of that, if you have certain convictions. But those convictions are for drugs and crimes of deception and fraud, like forgery, embezzlement, something like that. This would not be one of those crimes.
Thank you.
So, I mean, if he were to license, he would be able to take, insurance, Medicare patients. So he would not automatically be put on that list, is what she was asking. Does that answer your question, Ms. Rader?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
If there's no more questions, I would ask y'all to go back off the record.
All right, anybody have any more questions? Anything else off the record before the board, resumes deliberation? All right, seeing none, we're off the record.
Okay, I heard this case. And it was a very hard case to listen to. And the law took care of their part. And they would not make a decision that they made without having a tax cut. So I am reluctant to this gentleman having his license back. But there's a new board, you all may think different thoughts than what I'm thinking.
Can you repeat a little bit of that, Dr. Newsom?
Oh, well, basically, what was presented to us was that the little girl had a bellyache. It's a stepdaughter, not his daughter. And he proceeded to rub her belly to soothe her bellyache. And apparently, the hand went to other places that's, listed in the orders. And I believe what was stated did happen. And this was a 9-year-old. And I don't think 9-year-olds are gonna be making stuff up like that. I don't think they think that way. So did I answer your question or you have some more?
Yes, I just couldn't hear a little bit of some of what you had said. When anybody looks directly at us, we hear it pretty good, but if you turn and speak to others, sometimes you can't hear it.
Thank you. So I don't need to look this way. I guess the microphone is in front of me.
Yeah.
Thank you for that correction.
Ms. Rader?
I also heard this case before. I think sometimes when people make decisions, like making the decision of accepting a a guilty plea because they didn't want to take the chance. I think you have to be willing to accept the consequences of that decision. I am not in favor of reinstating the license.
For me, I mean, the case has been settled and it's been, it's official. The guilty plea was accepted. And so for me, it's not about retrying that. It's about, do we want to set the precedence of having someone with a Class A felony working in a pharmacy?
And I think that's what we were waiting on. Lenore, remind me, but I think that's what we were waiting on. You know, for him to, before he came back, we wanted to know how it was settled. Do I remember that correctly?
Right, so it did not go to a Class C felony. According to the records here, it stood as a Class A felony.
But do we know that the first day we heard it, or do we just know it now?
I can't recall.
Yeah.
Let's go back on the record. There's a point of information that the board needs. So we'll go back on the record for that point of information to be addressed.
I can answer that question. Yes, when he was here originally, he had already pleaded guilty. There was that conviction. The board wanted to wait on the sex offender assessment that he is required to get by law. It's through psychiatrist or psychologist at the Arkansas Department of Corrections. So that's what the board was waiting on. And that's what was in that fact sheet over on 10. I did not include the complete sex offender assessment because it's a very graphic detail. So I did not include that. But that sex offender assessment sheet is on, like I said, 10. And that has to do with that community notification level. So that's when he was given that, you know, there's those 4 levels, 4 being the highest, 2 and 3 in the middle. So that's what the board wanted to wait on.
Luke, can you educate us on what, and you can generalize if you want to, but what does that assessment entail?
That assessment entails, I mean, here's the complete assessment. You can see it's probably about 100 pages. The assessment entails background on the defendant, background on victim, witnesses, what the official court version, because this is all coming after conviction. So what is the official court version of what happened in the case? What's his version of what happened in the case? Background, both of them, whether, you know, mean anything from, you know, family history, medical history, all of that is taken into account. It is looked at, I mean, he does have an interview with, like I said, that assessment person, whether they're a psychologist or a psychiatrist, that they are somebody who specializes in these types of offenses and in this assessment. That's also where that number comes from. If you look at the last exhibit, it shows you the differences in the types of sex offenders. So, you know, 4 is a sexually violent predator. 3 is, you know, repeat sexual offenses. Level 2, which is what he is to the level that the public needs to be notified of. That's a level 1 sex offender is somebody that the community's not even made aware that he's even living there or anything like that. So the level 2 is what, I mean, the level of sex offender is what comes out of that system. That's one of the main things they get, and that's what he has. I mean, he has to register for the rest of his life as a convicted sex offender. So in that level 2 assessment states that the community must be notified of his victim's preference, or, you know, when it means victim preference, that means, you know, it means what you think it means: adult, females, adolescent, you know, etc. So they're stating that due to the type of conviction that he has, that his community has to be notified. So that's what all that assessment. Does that answer your question, Dr. Richard?
It does. I was trying to think, compared to, we've had other cases where, or for substance abuse, we want like a comprehensive evaluation as opposed to just a in and out of it. And so I was trying to get a feel for how thorough that assessment.
This is not like an overnight when he stayed somewhere and being repeatedly. I mean, if he was in, you know, he didn't go to prison, so this was an outpatient. I mean, it's through the Arkansas Department of Corrections, but he would have gone somewhere and they would have spoken to him. And then, like I said, they look at all the background information. If he had been in prison, then, you know, they would have done it there before his release. But he would have just showed up at the office. Had his clinical interview, and then, like I said, the background information would be reviewed.
There's a clinical interview by a medical professional.
He's a psychiatrist. It is,
Seems like what Dr. Richmond asked would be, you'd have to hang a sign in the pharmacy. If
He
you
would-
let the community know.
the community is notified, and that notification is done on, Arkansas Crime Information Center has a sex offender registered website. So literally, you can get on there, you can put in your address, and it will show you all the level 2, 3, 4 sex offenders in your area. And it'll show you pictures of them, it'll show you what they're charged with, what they pled guilty to, victim preference. So that's how, the notification to the public goes. So literally, like, you can type in his name, and it'll pop up, it'll give his address. Or like I said, you can even type in your own address, and it'll show you in that area what that is. So that's how the community, through that website. Like, it's not somebody, like, there's not a sign on his door, like, there's not people, you know, passing out flyers. It's just that website notification. Or you can also, those who don't have access to the internet, you can call your local police department, because whatever that municipality is. So, I mean, say you live inside the city of Little Rock, you have to register with Little Rock Police Department. Like, if you live out in the county, you register with the sheriff's office. If you live in Conway, you register with Conway. So it's a local registration, even though it's controlled by the state, it's the local registration. So you can call your local, say, hey, this is where I live with sex offenders. All right. So that's the notification. It's not like a door-to-door posted up pictures.
Well, but doesn't the local officials contact neighbors once they move into a certain area?
Not on level 2, on the violent, what's considered a violent sexual predator, yes. Maybe not on level 2. The notification on a level 2 is going to be via the sex offender website registration.
Thank you.
And since we're back on the record, can I add a couple things?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Also, something that I thought you guys all had that was that I didn't pass the lie detector test. I know this one lady says, you know, she believes the 9-year-old, and that's fine. But I did pass the lie detector test. I did take a psychiatrist evaluation from the state leading psychiatrist on sexual problems, and he deemed me completely normal. You know, and I can submit those too. I thought that would be also, you know, something that my lawyer had sent to you before. So, but I'll be glad to send those to you as well.
And as to a lot of detective tests, are not admissible for. They're not admissible for a reason, because they can be full of the trick. So that being said,
Do you want to try to submit that test, or you just want to offer it as testimony that you passed it?
We can submit it. Want us to?
It's only 6 pages.
6 pages.
You object to him submitting it?
Yes,
I mean, again.
It is what it is. I mean, rules of evidence are relaxed. I would just ask you to give them weight. I mean, you give them the weight that it should be, which in my opinion is, I mean, they can be full, there's a reason.
Yeah.
This is not a courtroom. I mean, this is not a reasonable doubt. This is a lot less.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, so if you want to forward that to a contact here at the staff, you can. You're welcome to do that. The board will consider it.
Like right now or later?
It needs to be, y'all need to send it now because the board's deliberating.
Okay, well.
you talking about the forensic evaluation by Dr. Dayu?
Dr. Wallace.
Okay, never mind. Because I'm looking at something different.
Should you do all of them, or just the?
If you have a digital copy of that, if you have a way to make a quick digital copy, or scan the photos or something, you can submit it to Mr. Daniel, and he'll make sure the board it becomes part of that.
Okay, I mean, the fastest way I can do it is take a picture of them, and email them to you, if that's okay.
How many pages is it?
I'm sorry,
How many pages is it?
how many pages we got?
I have 6 here. Or do we just need to send those results for the final assessment? Clinical findings, the last page.
Would you like just the clinical findings? It would just be 3. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever you would like the board to consider. Do you think the clinical findings will suffice? Consider that.
Board want to go off the record, take a short break, and I'll get this and have it available.
Okay. Oh, I need an email address.
Well, wait just a minute. Board, would y'all like to just go off the record and take a little break, so give him time to submit this? Okay, we'll be off the record for a short break. Just let us know when you're ready.
It is Luke, Luke, dot DANIEL at Arkansas spelled out .gov. Luke.Daniel at Arkansas.gov.
Okay. Okay, I'll have that to you shortly. Thank you.
Get that down.
Here's the certificate too.
Dr. Wallace. Oh, yeah, that's it.
I went through all the pages. Yeah, at Arkansas.gov. What?
Can I see? Can you talk to
Luke Dot Daniel. Is it still not going? Do you have to spell that out and something? Should we contact Ron about the class? A instead of C.
Our other staff has been made aware.
I have just, board members that are not present, and just for, Mr. Hogan's knowledge, I just emailed you the attachment, it should be, 3 pages. And that will be marked, talking to Ms. Harrison, our court report, that will be marked as respondents exhibit A. So if y'all take a minute to look at that, and we'll get back on the record in just a few. Sorry, it's a little blurry, it's just sometimes a picture that turn out. Mr. Jones, I'll try, just whatever, I'll try to review whatever.
Okay, board members, if y'all have enough time to read, can you review anymore?
And I guess we need to get on the record that these have been introduced.
Yeah, we'll come back on those things. All right, we will be back on the record in the matter of, before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, in the matter of, Michael Kevin Hogan. And during the break, Mr. Hogan submitted some documents to introduce into evidence. And those documents are now admitted in evidence as respondents exhibit A and B.
Hey, I just, I think
I'm saying,
we just mark them all together.
Dr. Hogan, is there anything, now that the board's had a chance to review your exhibits, anything further you want to say about them?
No, sir. I think they're pretty self-explanatory.
All right. Anybody have anything else to offer for the record before the board begins deliberations again?
I do not.
All right, board, any questions about anything before you go off the record? All right, seeing none, we'll go off the record once again, the board can continue to deliberate.
Dr. Jolly is shaking his head that he doesn't have.
I was just gonna say, I feel very similarly to.
You speak up a little bit.
Yeah, I was just, sorry. I have similar comments and thoughts that Dr. Newsom had in terms of reinstating the license based on the conviction and circumstances surrounding it.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't really hear what you said.
Rodney, I have the same hesitation that Lenora has in terms of reinstating the license.
Dr. Mack?
So I think, to get these articles that he sent in, that was good and helpful, but I mean, I feel like we are tied to we can't decide innocence or guilt. We just know that there's the sexual, class A on file, regardless of how he explained he didn't really do it, but said he did. The fact that it's there, I don't see how we could reinstate.
Does anybody disagree with the opinions expressed thus far? Then it sounds like we are in agreement. I'm just going back to the order of notice of hearing.
I'd like to just go ahead and make a statement. I'm not sure that in the end that I don't disagree, or that I don't disagree. I mean, Mr. Hogan seems like he's coming across forthright. I read the reports. I can only imagine being between a rock and a hard place to make such an admission. But I'm also in agreement with the rest of them. Quite frankly, I just don't feel tooled enough. That given that there is a conviction on the record, our responsibility is to the citizens of Arkansas and not per se to the licensee. And although we do have a responsibility for the licensee, we have a greater responsibility to the citizenry. And so feeling totally unequipped to make a decision otherwise, then I'm supportive of what others have said.
To kind of add to that a little bit, not just the conviction, but then also still on probation. So I don't know if we want to leave it open for after the probation period is completely finished, we would reconsider, not saying that the decision wouldn't still stand, but I think that's kind of a double, it sets two precedents if we overlook the conviction and then also the probation that is currently in place.
And I think, he would have recourse through the circuit court, right? Would be the next level if he wanted to take it that way, I guess, right?
Right. And that may be a better place to take it.
I'm a little bit torn, just similar to kind of what Rodney said, in that we are a licensing board and we have, this man has been through the criminal court proceeding and he served the time he was sentenced to serve and is by all accounts in compliance with his probation. And so, I see that, and I don't want to penalize someone when they sort of pay their debt to society, but at the same time, I feel like being a pharmacist is a privilege. And whether I think he's guilty or innocent, whether I think he did it or he didn't, what I'm kind of landing on is that if there's any risk, then that's too great. Like if we think there's any risk that he's a sexual predator and that he would be a threat to a child or to someone in his professional capacity, then to me, any risk is too much.
And we have the charge, the record that, quote, it happened as far as admitting guilt. So, we don't overturn court cases. This is just how it is. This is handed to us. It's already decided. We can't, in good faith, put him in a pharmacy and allow anything to happen.
Who wants to make a motion when we go back on the record?
I will.
All right, anything else before we go back on the record? Okay, great.
All right, we are back on the record before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy in the matter of Michael Hogan, case number 2021-086. Board has deliberated, and I believe they have a motion. We'll put that on the record.
Before I make the motion for the A and the C, which one is, so we don't do it out of order, Luke, which one is proven and which one is,
Allegations are true, charges are proven.
okay. Okay, in the matter of Michael Kevin Hogan, case number 2021-086, allegations 1 through 8 are true, and charges 1 through 3 have been proven. With that said, I would recommend we do not reinstate the license at this time.
No, I'll second that motion.
And I have a motion from Dr. Mack and a second from Dr. Newsom. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries and we're adjourned.
All right, let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. It will be reduced to writing, and Dr. Hogan, you'll get a copy of that. Service will be made on with that decision. If you care to appeal this decision, you can appeal can be taken under the Administrative Procedures Act. But if there are any other questions, if there are no other questions or comments, this hearing will be concluded. The record will be closed.
Thank you.
All right. What's next, Mr. Daniel?
Our next is Orphan Pharmacy Services, so they are owned. It's from, it was scheduled this morning, I believe we had some difficulties getting him on this morning, but we do have him now, so.
All right, is everybody ready to proceed? At least let me get my part started. Mr. Hogan, are you on, or not Mr. Hogan, sorry?
Yes, this is my mom from Orphan Pharmacy.
Okay, so, yeah, all right. So this is an administrative hearing before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. It's Wednesday, October 13th. And the time is a little after 2 p.m. We're at 322 South Main Street, 600 Little Rock, Arkansas. And this is in the matter of Orphan Pharmacy Services. The case number is 2021-054. So the board has set a hearing for today concerning the matter specified in the notice of hearing. My name is Jake Jones. I'm an attorney and I'll be serving as the hearing officer in this matter. So I understand the representative from Orphan Pharmacy Services is here. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Are you represented by counsel today?
No, at this time I don't have any counsel.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You don't have to be. Could you introduce yourself for the record, please?
I didn't get your question. What is your question, sir?
Could you just state your name in relationship to the Orphan Pharmacy Services? Could you just state that for the record, please, so everybody knows who we're dealing with, who we're talking to?
I'm supervising pharmacist. My name is Nayyar Imam, and I am supervising pharmacist at Orphan.
Okay. Did you receive a copy of the order of notice of hearing in this case today?
Yes, spoke with the State Board of Pharmacy about 6 months ago when I took the job, and I spoke with them and they told me that you have to have a pharmacist on premises from a license from Arkansas board. Otherwise, you are unable to fill the prescription. We never filled any prescription for Arkansas.
Okay, I got some things that I want to go over. We'll get into all that. we'll get into all that, but let me go over some preliminary matters first before we get into that. You'll get a chance to tell the board what's going on in a minute. So, Mr. Daniel, can you introduce yourself for the record?
Luke Daniel, State Board of Pharmacy.
Okay, so I'll explain some things about how this hearing is going to flow today. So the board will base its decision on the evidence that's presented. That's the evidence that you Orphan Pharmacy Services presents, and then as well as what the board's attorney presents. The hearing is held under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, so the strict rules of evidence don't apply. Essentially, if it's relevant evidence, it's relevant information, it gets to come in. But if you have an objection to something, just make that objection and I'll rule on it. So we have a court reporter that's making a record of this proceeding today, Ms. Tiffany Harrison. Because she's making a record, try to speak distinctly and clearly so she can hear what you're saying. Try not to talk over one another. So the board members don't know anything about the case, and they will base their decision today only on the evidence that's presented here to the board. So the state will present some evidence in the form of testimony, the documentary evidence that you receive, and then you will also get a chance to present testimony and any documents or any other evidence that you want to present, and the board will consider all that and make their decision based on that. But for that reason, if you have any evidence that you want to submit, you need to make sure that you submit it in this proceeding, otherwise the board won't be able to consider it. Also, this proceeding is subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, so all of the hearing, including the board's deliberations, will be, of record and open to the public. So at this time, anyone who's going to be a witness in this case, if you would stand and raise your right hand. And Mr. Mom, if you're going to testify, you can raise your hand and take the oath.
Okay.
All right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Daniel, do you have anything, any preliminary matters you want to address at this time?
Would move to enter exhibits 1 through 9, and also ask you to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and pharmacy board regulations.
All right, notice will be taken of the law and the regs. Mr. Lama, have you seen the documents that the state's introducing, the exhibits? Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes, as I told you that I spoke with the State Board of Pharmacy and we are not filling any prescription for the Arkansas State in last 6 months or even the whole year.
Okay, all right, those documents will be, no objections, those documents will be entered into evidence. Mr. Mom, do you have any documents that you'd like to introduce as evidence?
I have a very bad connection. Are you waiting for my answer?
Yes, I am. Do you have any documents? So you'll get a chance to give testimony, and the state will put on testimony, but also, just like the state has documents, if they're going to introduce for the board to consider. If you have any documents, you can introduce those, make sure that Mr. Daniel gets a copy of them and submit them to the board. Do you have any documents or anything that you intend to introduce?
No, I don't have any document. I can print a report from my computer for this year that we did not fill any prescription for Arkansas State.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Daniel, you ready? Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
I am ready
You
to
want me
proceed.
to?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mr. Daniel, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do not.
All right. So at this time, you can call your first witness.
The board would call Deputy Director Brenda McCready Dr. McCready, Orphan Pharmacy Services, they are licensed as an out-of-state pharmacy, is that correct?
That's correct.
And they are actually in, New York, correct?
Correct.
And I'm looking at the order notice of hearing, which is exhibit 1. Under the allegations, the board was notified that they, on January 16th, that their, pharmacist charge was leaving, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm looking over at exhibit 4, it was Alberto Lopez, who was the supervising pharmacist at Orphan Family, I can't talk, I apologize. At Orphan Pharmacy Services, and he notified the board that as of January 16th of 2021, he was no longer with it, right?
That's correct.
And so after we received that notification, was the board ever notified from Orphan Pharmacy Services that it no longer had a PIP?
We were not.
And so they never requested an extension of the PIP requirement.
They did not.
And so they have to notify the board within 10 days and then replace the PIP within 30 days, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as of when this order notice of hearing was sent out on August 23rd of 2020, had the board ever received a response from Orphan Family Services?
We have not.
So after this, and so after we were notified on May the 7th, the board mailed a letter and a proposed consent agreement to resolve this matter to them, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did it ever receive a response from that letter or proposed consent agreement?
We did not.
And looking at exhibit 8, that's the proof of service for the proposed consent agreement and a letter. Does it show that it was signed for and left with an individual?
Yes.
And that was on May 10th?
Yes.
So after they got that proposed, the letter and consent agreement, and we have proof they got it and never heard anything back.
No, we did not.
So after that, on July 20th of 2021, the board mailed and responded to the second letter and actually a subpoena for records for the time period that they did not have a PIP, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The letter was signed, that letter was actually signed for by Respondent Pharmacy on July 27th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Did the board ever receive a response to the subpoena?
We did not.
Did it ever receive any notification from the Respondent Pharmacy?
We did not.
Okay, at that point, so on August 23rd, the board sent this, the order notice of hearing, and also another subpoena for records, correct?
Correct.
And the board sent this order because they were refusing to apply with anything or have any contact with us.
Yes.
The board was kind of out of options at that point.
That's correct.
So we mailed this order notice of hearing and a second subpoena on August 23rd. Did the board ever receive any correspondence after that before October the 6th?
We did not.
Has that subpoena ever been complied with?
It has not.
On exhibit 2, which shows that the second subpoena and the order notice of hearing was received and signed for by Respondent's Pharmacy on August the 27th, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So for the third time, they received correspondence from the board, did not respond to any of it.
They did not.
And on October the 6th, last week, we received a message from them, a voice recording, is that correct?
Yes.
And the board tried to make contact with them after that and was never able to get back in contact with them.
Correct.
So during all of this, they haven't had a PIP since January 16th. We were never notified by them, and they have never responded to any correspondence for any of the subpoenas that the board issued.
That is correct.
So that kind of led to having to come today because the board was kind of out of options.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Mon, do you have any questions for this witness?
Well, we are not doing any business in Arkansas State, so I have no question about that. And unless we have pharmacists from Arkansas State, obviously we can't do any business. So we are not doing anything right now, and even in future, till we have a pharmacist from your state licensed working in the premises.
Okay, all right, so no questions for this witness? Mr. Daniel, you can call your next one.
I just have one follow-up for Dr. McCready. Board, how many hours of investigative work would the board have put into this?
About 10.
Thank you.
All right, board, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, I don't have any questions.
Board, does the board members have any questions? All right, seeing none, Mr. Daniel, you can call your next witness.
Nothing further.
Okay, the stage rested. All right, Mr. Mon, at this time, you've been sworn as a witness, you can testify and tell the board the facts about what happened, what you think happened in this case.
Can you repeat your question, please?
I said it's your turn, you can tell the board your version of the facts of this case.
Yeah, that we are not filling any prescription. We haven't filled any prescription from January 1 till today in Arkansas State. We never dispensed anything. We never mailed anything. So we have no record of anything, to the best of my knowledge, that we have anything, any business we have done in your state. And after finding out that you cannot fill any prescription for Arkansas State Board unless you have a licensed pharmacist from that state, I obviously made sure that even if we get a prescription, we will not be able to fill it, and we will refuse it because we don't have any pharmacist who is licensed in Arkansas State.
Okay. Mr. Daniel, do you have any questions for this witness?
Just briefly, all of these notices were signed for by your pharmacy. So why was there never any contact made before last week?
Well, we were not doing any business with you anymore, so that's what I thought that what should we answer for these? We are not having any prescription. We don't have anything to do with. And I already spoke, as I said, that I spoke with somebody in the board and they explained it to me that you cannot do business with us unless you have a licensed pharmacist from Arkansas in your pharmacy, which we don't have. So I don't have to do, and I'm not dealing with your state. That's why I thought that I should not have answered anything of these. We're not even doing business with you.
So you just didn't answer it because you weren't doing business? You just didn't answer
We're not
any
doing this.
correspondence because you weren't doing business?
Well, at this time, I can't do any business with your state anyway. I don't have a licensed pharmacist here.
No further questions.
All right, board, do you have any questions of this witness?
Dr. Mack?
So you didn't try to give your license back. You just kept your license and didn't answer the question of the board?
Well, that I can return it to you now if you want me to, because we are not even dealing with you anymore. So I can return it to you in your mail. I can send it back to you.
So why haven't you attempted to have I'm sorry, these are board questions, I apologize.
Yeah, board, any other questions at this time?
So you have no intention of doing business in Arkansas?
No, I asked actually, when I asked the question from the Board of Pharmacy, they said, you can't take any online exam, you have to come personally and take the board. So that I was contemplating, and as soon as I will get another pharmacist or myself who is willing to go to Arkansas and take a state board exam or whatever your requirements are, after that we'll reapply again. Before that, it doesn't make any sense to having a license or trying to get a license unless we fulfill all the requirements of your state board of pharmacy.
What kind of pharmacy do you have?
This is a specialty pharmacy, and we do we have an eye drops business. Basically, 95 or 98% of businesses, eye drops business. All the eye drops we fill, and we mail all over the country.
Compounded or? commercial?
She asked if they were compounded drugs or commercial.
I'm sorry, I didn't count down of drugs. What you said?
She asked if the drugs you dispense, are they compounded or are they commercial?
No compounding at all. We just do the eye drops, which are already pre-packed. It's already came from the wholesaler. We don't do any recompounding or reconstitution at this place.
All right, any further questions from the board? All right, seeing none, Mr. Daniels, do you have a follow-up?
Dr. Matt has one.
Can I ask a question of Mr. Luke or not at this moment?
No, if you
Can I
have
ask
a question for council, you can.
I can.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I just wondered, so obviously we sent him, I think you said 3 different things, 2 or 3 different things, and that he didn't ever answer back. So we don't have the record that they didn't dispense anything, right?
Yes, we don't have any record of that.
We have his statement today saying that they did 15 things, but we have nothing. They've never complied with any request. from the
Right,
board.
right. Okay. I thought that's how I understood it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lum, do you have any further evidence you want to offer? And you'll get a chance.
No, sir, I already told whatever I knew. I already told you.
Okay. All right, well, at this time, seeing no board, any more questions, Mr. any more questions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, then, at this time, we'll move into closing statements. Mr. Daniel, you can make a closing statement.
Just briefly, this has been going on since the beginning of the year. The board has allowed staff when we have issues with a no pharmacist in charge. Board has allowed us to offer a consent agreement for $2,500 to resolve it. And as long as they have somebody going through the reciprocity process at the next board meeting, then they can remain licensed and continue to operate. The reason we're here today is because we've never had any response from this pharmacy. They have gotten all 3 notifications. So the first one was the proposed consent agreement. It was sent out in May, they signed for it in May. Second one was sent out and never got a response to that in July. The second letter was sent with the subpoena, never got a response for that. The third letter was sent out on August 23rd. I'm sorry, that was the order notice of hearing for today and a second subpoena for that. Never got a response. There was a message left last week stating, followed from Orphan Pharmacy. We tried to call him back, was never able to make contact. The only contact we've ever had with him is today. He literally just said it didn't make sense to get licensed since they didn't have any customers in Arkansas. That's not how this works. You just don't get to say, I don't want to come take your test. I'll just wait until I get customers. They have a license. With having a license, they are required to have a pharmacist in charge. They have not done that. They have, under Arkansas law, under Arkansas statutory law, 1792-205, the board has the right, it has the legal right to issue subpoenas for records. They have just pretty much refused to comply with that. This could have been resolved a long time ago if they had just replied and said, hey, we have to ship, we know we don't have to pay for it. Literally we're here today because of their refusal to comply with anything. And I get this is not a state pharmacy. I get they have to come here and take the test, but that's just part of the process. You just don't get to say, hey, well, it doesn't make any sense for us to do this. We'll just keep our license and if we decide that. So we're asking you to take action on the license today. Also, 10 hours is what the investigative cost will be at $75 an hour. Asking to recoup that for $750. And at a minimum, what is offered to everybody else. which is a $2,500 fine. If more action wants to do the license, since they haven't pretty much done anything on it, I mean, it's, whatever the board wants. We would ask that it not be under what the other people who are in similar circumstances, but, resolve that quickly. I mean, this is taking a lot of time today, it's taking a lot of time by staff. It's simply because they refuse to answer a letter or comply with it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mon, you can tell the board what you would like to see the outcome of the case be today. Make a closing statement now.
Well, definitely, I will get in touch with my office and let's see what they can do about it. But that's very strange that you issued a license without checking that we have a licensed pharmacist on the staff or not. How can we get a license when we don't fulfill the requirement of your State Board of Pharmacy? You issued a license knowing that we don't have a pharmacist on the staff from Arkansas Board, then how you can penalize it for that?
Okay. At this point then, we will consider the record closed and the board will move into deliberations, and then we'll be off record once the board has a motion, then we come back on and run that first.
We have the record.
We are.
Okay. Oh. Dr. Jolly?
I heard $2,500 fine, $750 investigative costs.
I didn't do that name.
Well, that's where I was going, is what we do with the permit. We give them a certain number of days to do a pig, or we suspend their permit until they.
I was potentially in favor of that before this closing statement. But I thought that was incredibly disrespectful and out of line, and I think he has absolutely no clue how licensure works. It is not our responsibility to make sure that he is compliant. Right, he already had a permit, so he had committed to following the regulations of the state.
Yeah, it's my understanding he had a permit and he had an active pig at the time that, at least at the beginning of this year.
Yes.
It was an active license pig. So this is all happening in this calendar year.
But in his closing statement, he said, and I'm paraphrasing, and you should have told me, how am I supposed to get a permit if I don't have a pharmacist? And like, that's not our responsibility.
Well, on your application, you have to tell who the pharmacist, the PIC is, and they have to be licensed in Arkansas. So when they sent in for the application, they had one or misrepresented that they had one. But the point is, if he has a permit and he won't even answer anything for 10 months, I think we fine him the minimal amount at least, and for the work that the board had to go into just because he wouldn't even answer.
Well, let me talk to my office and get back to what will be the minimum
He is
amount.
supposed to talk with us right now.
Hey, Mr. Mon, even though you can hear the board deliberating, we're off the record, so you can't offer anything else. You kind of just have to listen, let the board render their decision.
What were you proposing, Brian?
And I heard him, and I may have misinterpreted, but I thought his argument was, you issued me a permit, why would you issue me a permit because I don't have a pig or something sort of convoluted reasoning there. 2,500 is what I heard mentioned as a fine on the permit holder, and then $750 in investigative costs.
That would be the minimum. And on the application, it asks it tells you, you must have a pharmacist license in Arkansas. So if he didn't read that, or he put some pharmacist that wasn't licensed in Arkansas, I think that's his issue, but he couldn't get a license in Arkansas without having a pick. Now, maybe they don't keep the pick, but the day you, and Luke can confirm I'm right when we get back on the record, but the day you apply, you have to have a pick.
I think the board staff was trying to provide a pretty reasonable way in which he could get a pick back on without suspending his license as well.
But he would have to immediately get somebody in line to get their license. So he may have to give his permit up anyway. But even if he gives his permit up, he owes the board the fine.
Could he not suspend his license rather than surrender it?
Can you say that one more time, Rodney?
I'm just thinking that if he in fact wants to continue to do business and wants to get a pick, that rather than surrender his license, could we suspend it until the PIC is licensed?
I don't have confidence that he's willing or able to comply with our regulations.
Well, I guess if we find him and suspended his license, if he never gets a pick, then it'll just expire, right?
Right. That sounds reasonable. That sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, I mean, we're giving them a way out to fix things, somebody wants to do that.
Well, our application process doesn't say, do you want to have a pick? It says you must have a Arkansas pharmacist own present. So, I mean, but just because, even if he doesn't want to keep his license, or it doesn't remain licensed, or wants to remain licensed, he still has the problem of January to October, this board trying to find out what's going on. And every other person that doesn't have a pick for any length of time, they get fined 2,500. So I don't know why we can't let him out of that.
I wasn't suggesting that we would.
Oh, I didn't mean you were suggesting it. I'm just saying in general, he's still got another issue besides whether he wants to stay or not.
So it sounds like we're in agreement on a disciplinary fine and an investigative cost. Do we want to suspend his license or revoke his permit?
I think what Dr. Richmond said, we could suspend it until such, well, it either runs out or he has to provide a pick.
My concern with that, and I'm thinking out loud, is that all we have is his word that he is not shipping into the state because he is not
right
complied with the subpoena. So if we suspend his permit and say, you don't have an active permit, but until you have a pick, then you can petition for your suspension to be rescinded. How do we know he's not shipping it in the meantime? But I guess to that point, even if we revoke it, how do we know he's not just going to continue to ship because he's absolutely refused to comply with the subpoena?
I'm not sure what you're saying, but either way, he wouldn't have an active license in the state of Arkansas. Either we revoke it or we suspend it. Either way, he doesn't have a license, and so he'd be shipping without a license regardless. I'm not sure what the difference would be.
Do you want to say to get off of the suspension, you have to provide documentation like a prescription record that you didn't ship for the whole time you were not not licensed. So we could, then we'd feel comfortable letting him off the suspension because we know he didn't try to ship during that time.
I think that's a good idea.
I don't know if we can prove it. You could say he didn't ship. That's sort of the deal.
Well, I'm certain that all the other cases we brought before us, they would have had to provide a record what they did or didn't do.
Are you saying a complete record of all their prescription fills?
Just anything they well,
That's,
probably just the ones they shipped into Arkansas would be all we'd care about.
I do think we should take the action though, rather than letting him voluntarily surrender. I think we should take the action on the license.
Oh, I think we take action regardless whether whether we suspend it, he takes it back either way.
So who wants to make the motion when we go back on the record?
Well, did we end up agreeing with everything? I will if we've agreed.
I mean, it sounds like $2,500 fine, $750 investigative cost, and suspending his permit until he has a pick and can provide a report showing what he has or has not dispensed into the state.
Right. So it was $750 for the investigative costs. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll do it unless somebody else just wants to.
Ready?
All right. We are back on the record in the matter of Orphan Pharmacy Services. I believe the board's deliberated, the board has a motion to make. We'll entertain that motion at this time.
In the matter of Orphan Pharmacy Services LLC, case 2021-054, allegation 1 through 7 are true. Charges 1 through 5 have been proven. So at this time, we would propose a $2,500 minimum fine for not having the pick during this interim since January of 2021, and a $750 investigative cost. Also, suspend the license until they can get a pick or it expires, whichever were to come first. But at the time to get off of the suspension, we would need a report documenting what he has or has not shipped into Arkansas, along with, of course, the fine and investigative costs being paid prior.
Second.
We have a motion from Dr. Mack and a second from Dr. Jolly. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
All right, let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. It will be reduced to writing, the service will be made or attempted upon all parties. Mr. Mom, if y'all care to appeal this decision, appeal can be taken under the Administrative Procedures Act or the Arkansas Code. If there are no other questions or comments, and this hearing will be concluded, the record will be closed.
He's trying to say something, he's muted, so I guess he needs to.
Mr. Mom, looks like you're on mute. We see you're trying to communicate with us, but you're on mute. If you take yourself off mute, the board will hear you. All right, it looks like you're off mute now. You can repeat whatever it was you said earlier.
Would you please send me everything which you have decided right now in the writing?
You will be provided, this will be provided to you via certified mail. You will get a copy of it.
Thank you.
All right, so check your mail. It'll be coming to you. Thank you.
Is there anything, Mr. Jones? That's all we have today, hearing wise. The board has a couple more things to discuss, but nothing that your services are needed for. So thank y'all both for being here today. And like I said, we do have several set in the morning at 9. And so that'll just depend. It'll kind of be, well, we've got 6 set tomorrow, 5 of them are really short, or should be really short, and 1 pending. So it may be a noon release, it may be afternoon. It's just hard to say at this point, but
Yeah,
we'll be able to plan for all day, I think, just in case.
Yeah, we'll show up and we'll work through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right before I know that John's got a few things discuss, recommendation changes or anything stuff like that. Does anybody need a break before we?
Yeah, that kind of shit, it was just like, well, it's like, y'all knew, why would you issue your license? unless
You're good. Thanks, Rick. See you tomorrow. And we're still recording, by the way, just FYI.
Oh, good red line.
I love it, except I keep having to work on it. I'll keep turning this over there.
Lena, if you can hear me, I got your minutes on.
So I'm looking at the application, just in case y'all want to know, for out-of-state pharmacy. And it's highlighted, the Arkansas pharmacist in charge must hold an Arkansas pharmacist license and shall be an employee, not a consultant of the applicant pharmacy who is present at the physical location stated on the application. So they asked for your Arkansas pharmacist in charge. So it was either filled out incorrectly or he had one when he got his when he sent his application in.
It has been that way longer than I've been here. So I just had a couple things for you guys. The board members that are off-site should have gotten an email of 3 possible rule changes that the board office has been working on for different statutory updates. In response, did you guys get those?
They were in the Dropbox. Let me double check, but I'm almost positive.
They are. They're in there.
So I've got 3 in here today. It's Rule 1, Rule 5, and Rule 9. And I wanted to show you guys what we had come up with. And there's at least one. I've got just a couple of brief questions for further guidance and to see if you guys will approve us to start the filing process, which will go to the Department of Health, then the governor's office, and then legislative filing, depending on if it has any scope of practice change or not. It takes a different path. I'm going to try to have them all in together for public hearing at a future date to approve. So on the first one, there's an update for military or spousal licensure. When this was done in the 2019 session, actually I had pointed out the fact that it only included the armed service stations at that time. You also had the United States Public Health Service, NOAA, and now also Space Force, or the space, whatever it is, that are not considered armed, even though they are uniform service. So we had already covered uniform service in our rules, but with the updates that were made to statewide include that, it had some other requirements. You'll see on the this on page 8 and page 9, and I've only printed those 2 pages for people here in the room. On page 9, I've highlighted in yellow. There's also the blue portion. We're trying to figure out which one of these would better match, but they basically say the same thing. The way that's in the model language has been prepared. but it gives an extension of 180 days following the date of uniformed service members' return from deployment for their license to be extended if they let us know that they're deployed, for their CE requirements to also be extended. And then there's a requirement that at that point, they would have to prove that CE before being given a subsequent license after that time. So someone who has renewal December 31st is on active deployment for a year, it would automatically extend their license for a year while they're on active deployment plus an additional 6 months that we just have to work through a process here to be sure they weren't penalized for that, or if they came off deployment, we would be able to basically refund that. Are there any questions or comments or concerns on proposals for Rule 1?
So this only helps, well, not that it would only help them, but it only is helping them if they were to get deployed. So if they were moving all around from state to state to state, they would have to do whatever you do to keep this license up normally.
Yes, to keep it active, but it does have the top of page 9, has some things in there about their member spouses. That is also part of the new Act 221.
But if they get deployed, we'll give them an extension.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Spouse and the active for.
Yeah, so it's the active duty member or their spouse, either one. So if I'm a spouse of an active duty military person who's deployed overseas, it also extends some of the requirements for me as a spouse.
Okay, spouse is active duty. Veteran.
Yes.
I do have, so you said this extended to
uniform service.
Public health service, obviously military.
Yes.
Outside of like an armed service range, how do you define that? Just anyone that's ever worked for them?
Well, it's in this, or just like public health service and everybody else, they still get discharged.
Okay.
So
it's just like.
Yeah, it would be who the federal government defines as a veteran.
Yes.
I don't think we have our own, so it would be done by the federal government. It would be by their definition of the veteran, I believe is what we would need to follow since we don't lay out an additional definition. So if the government considers a veteran, we would.
That's more a question of curiosity.
Sure. Yeah, before they had a 1-year thing, then they were also removing that criteria. So.
What do we do if they come to our state and they aren't deployed? They just come to our state because they got moved here. They just have to become licensed.
We have an expedited licensure process for them.
Okay. I thought so. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's already.
We already do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Okay.
already.
We've done that in part for about 40 years. Any questions or concerns on number 1?
I would have a question about it.
Yeah. If you have any questions, you call Lou.
And I'll ask John to get back to you.
He's gonna say, what is this? On Rule 5, this is dealing with long-term care facilities, specifically about consultant pharmacists. As you'll recall, we did have an act in legislature to get rid of the endorsement process for nursing home consultants and also for disease state management. In Rule 5 is where we previously defined nursing home consultants. And I've divided this into what it says right now, which is section ABC, and then a yellow section below, which is a much more condensed. We used to have definitions with the endorsement process, the actual license to be a nursing home consultant that talked about nursing home consultant pharmacist in charge, and then at large, and had all of these various definitions. I think that because this is not an endorsement, what the board is really trying to say is if you are acting as a nursing home consultant, these are the duties that you must do. I don't think there's really a definition for if you are doing half of it or more. That goes back to when, I know Dr. Newsom will remember, we actually had to permit every person for every nursing home facility. So that's language from a dozen years ago, probably. That doesn't really even make sense now. So my proposal would be to change that entire 05000001 definition section to just being the highlighted section that's much briefer. And then I've got the other markups because you don't have to have an application anymore in the 0002 section, general requirements. So what we're saying is they should have a copy of their Arkansas pharmacist license posted in the homes where they're consulting. So that anyone in that nursing home would know this is our consultant pharmacist at this time, that we would rely on for any questions with that. Before they can practice this area of pharmacy, they have to be licensed in Arkansas. They have to read and understand these, these rules. I need to probably change that, those regulations to say rules, because that's the term of art now. And then if you flip the page on page 2, there's one line that is actually in conflict with other state guidelines. It's under supervision of services, number 5. Talk about the consultant pharmacist shall spend sufficient time to evaluate, discontinue, or other unused medication for destruction or donation. And then it had a clause that basically was saying the pharmacist would have to destroy unused medication not intended for donation. That is actually in conflict with how controlled substances specifically have to be handled, as well as the fact that you should really be using some sort of secure service probably to get rid of any non-controlled substances. So we need to remove that conflict from our rules. So I'd love to hear if there are any questions or feedback. If you guys want us to do some more wordsmithing in that definition section, or if you'd like to highlight a portion as well.
I like the highlighted portion, but I would, on that first line where it says consultant pharmacist, I would probably spell out nursing home consultant pharmacist. Even though it's under that regulation, just to be real clear, that's not a generic definition, right? Because there are pharmacists who consult for other than nursing.
I would consider the prison position to be a consultant pharmacist as well.
Yes, but it's not nursing home.
It's not nursing.
It is required, even in the correctional facilities that have an infirmary, they have to have a consultant pharmacist on a monthly basis. If they have an dispensary, they have to have a court. And most assisted living are going to have an infirmary.
Do we have, I guess there are other places in the law where consultant pharmacists is defined?
Well, where the term is used, but not necessarily the term required.
So in the correctional facility section, it's fine.
I have to look at it.
You know, I remember.
Nope, I wrote it, but I don't remember that specifically.
That would be really good.
So this kind of sunsets the in charge versus at large.
That,
I mean, the big duties are still there. We just don't have these two definitions of at large and in charge.
so here's where it gets interesting. Whenever we have said a PIC, like an in-charge position before, it's always been attached to a specific permit. And we stopped giving specific permits in the name of the nursing home consultant for a home at least 10 years ago. I mean, and it may have been 12 or 14. So that's the old language we had that I inherited here. So we've still talked about, you should have a consultant pharmacist in charge, but there's no link with us to that. We're just saying it's whoever does more than 50% of the consulting services. I think that we've seen, or I'm told that during COVID, it became very difficult to necessarily even get in some of the homes. So we were trying not to have a built-in automatic violation that, well, I have to get there 7 months out of the year. Or if I cover it for 6 months, I guess I got to be there 4. Because in some instances, there are groups of people that do this, or there's 3 or 4 people that work together, and it doesn't have to be the same one every time. In some ways, it might even be better if there is some variety. So it gets kind of rid of the concept of someone has to do 50% and someone else can do partial.
So there's no in-charge designation.
No, there's no permit. It used to literally have a permit that would go to, Pecan Acres, and it would say, John Kirtley, pharmacist in charge for the nursing home.
You could hire me to be a consultant.
Yeah.
60.
I had to do over 50% if my name was on the permit, which was nearly impossible to track. I'll look at how we say it elsewhere to make sure I'm building conflict in that.
Yeah, and after reading it, it might not really be necessary.
John, this has nothing to do with the meat of what you're talking about, and I may have missed this, but regulations are being changed to rules?
There was language in legislative session, either in 17 or 19, that every time, whenever I'm updating regulations, they do not want them to be called regulations on the state level. They want them to be called rules. So you'll see at the top of this one where I have regulation struck and renamed rule. It's fascinating because in our area of statute, they went through statutes and changed the term regulation in many instances, but we had like 60 of them and they changed 20 of them in legislative review. But the intent is the state issues rules, the federal government issues regulation. So it doesn't change the intent of what it is, but it changes the appearance and the tone of it.
Okay.
So rather than change the whole law book at a time, you're just gonna kind of do them in sections as we update.
Well, and we've done this, Brian's question was if we're just kind of doing this a section at a time. There are some areas in our statute where it continues to say regulation, so there will be inherent conflicts via statute until all of those terms are changed via statute throughout time.
But what John's saying is we'll have conflicts forever.
So we may have some between statute and rules forever.
Yeah.
Because you always miss it. Like I just realized a minute ago, it's like, I can't believe I missed this one in B here.
How many times have you reviewed this?
Oh, I mean, you become blind to it.
I have one more quick question. I really wrote this, but we did away with the designation on the license.
Yes.
Nursing home consultant.
We're getting rid of it.
We're getting rid of it. Is the additional CE requirement still required?
We are also removing, you'll see on page 1 under C, we would be removing that additional CE requirement because of the fact we don't have an endorsement tied to it. And that was part of our testimony at the legislature or for supporting that bill. Any other comments on 5? All right, I'm going to flip over to 9, and Dr. Richmond, you'll see I've changed that from regulation to rule on page 1. And then on page 3, we have part of this that the board had previously told us to start work on, and that is getting rid of the endorsement process to also administer immunization or other medications. As most of you know, the PrEP Act has actually preempted more restrictive rules that states have. Those PrEP Act initiatives could go for several years or could be called off earlier than that. Either way, it's something that this endorsement process, there's a difference in whether or not you have training versus if you have an endorsement, which is largely a paper chase for us and the pharmacist. So you'll see in the 0002 section, the first thing that we are trying to do is I basically mirrored a default statement that links you directly to the statute. So it's saying, except it is limited by these rules or Arkansas statutes, Arkansas licensed pharmacist, intern, or pharmacy technician, because we have a law that adds in pharmacy technicians, has the ability to administer medications they have been trained to administer. It gets rid of the very prescriptive language that we have had that you will see on the bottom of page 3, all of page 4, and most of page 5, that links back to the old approach of when we did a step-by-step review of kind of what the APHA program is, realizing that there are a lot of pharmacists, I mean, including myself, that got this education during school before the APHA program really was in widespread use, as well as the fact that we have things like PrEP Act that have preempted this. So you have to be trained. What we've said is you have to be trained to administer any medications that you're trying to administer. And if there is a case before the board, then we would ask, where is your proof that you have in the past received training for this? PrEP Act on monoclonal antibodies even added in some language that they wanted to be sure you had had a program on monoclonal antibodies, which would have been in addition to anything we tried to do before, because we were being specifically prescriptive instead of kind of open-minded or open on that. So I'll pause and see if anyone has any questions on that, and then I can move on to disease state management.
So if you go into Arkansas statutes that you highlighted, what is it now going to say? Or what does it say?
The Act 406 and 407, 406 was about the scope for pharmacists, 407 was about the scope for pharmacy technicians. For pharmacy technicians, and I can pull that up, I can even share it on screen.
And then I just wondered, are you next gonna do the thing where you put into rule everything that the PrEP Act really allowed? Or are you still working on that, or did you already do that?
Largely that will default to statute. So let me share this. It will let me. What you'll see is in Act 407, Act authorized technicians. And when you go down into this, a pharmacy technician may administer vaccines and immunization to a person 3 years of age or older if delegated to by a supervising pharmacist, but may not administer other medications. So technicians under Arkansas statute would only be eligible to do vaccines and immunizations. So nothing, no B12 or anything like that. So we have a built-in conflict of sorts right now that they're not allowed. So this would open up for Act 407. Now, the other one that we have, see if that pulls that up, or if I've got to share a different screen. Here we go. Here's Act 406. Decrease the size of that. So Act 406 largely mirrored what PrEP Act does. It deleted the age of 7. It deleted some of the restrictions between 7 and 18. And when you go down, and a couple of these sentences read very oddly, or they are very peculiar sentences the way that they were formed, but they were formed for legal purposes as well. And it says a pharmacist may prescribe, administer, deliver, distribute, or dispense medications that treat adverse reactions associated with the administration of vaccines. And then it has an and, vaccines and immunizations, comma, so a separate part of the statement, so it almost reads backwards to most of us. Vaccines and immunizations to or for a person 3 years of age or older. So this, I don't mean this to be a disparaging comment by any means, but I would have probably written it that pharmacists may prescribe, administer, deliver, distribute, or dispense. And I would have started with vaccines and immunizations to a person 3 years of age or older, as well as medications to treat adverse effects from.
You have to read the whole sentence.
Yeah, you have to read the whole sentence very deliberately. If you're doing between age 3 to 6, you have to be in the federal VFC program, which we do have a number of pharmacies. I think last time I checked, it was like 9 or 12 that are in VFC. And then you have to have informed them about the importance of well-child visits if they're under the age of 7, so age 3 to 6. Those are the main points of this, and it has to be subject to reporting the prescribing physician if applicable. So by us citing directly to the statute, next time that statute changes, we should not have to do a rule change, because we have chased our tails with this for 25 years, I'd say 23 years. So it should help prevent any future confusion.
Did you say they had to be in VFC, or is that only for certain things you had to do VFC?
For ages 3 to 6 is what's said.
Okay. So a pharmacy chain can start at age 6 and follow the PrEP Act, but if they want to do 3 to 6, they have to be using the VFC program.
Yes, they can do anyone age 7 or older without being in VFC.
Okay.
For vaccines.
So all that's already in statute, so we're good on that one, right?
Yes, if you guys are good with me deleting all this other craziness.
Sounds like the departure, you're just gonna reference the statute.
Well, and some of them are even, I mean, there doesn't have to be a statewide protocol for immunizations when the pharmacists reported them themselves. You could still have a protocol agreement, just like the disease state management, but you don't have to. So all this language that acts like this is the only way to do it shouldn't be there anymore.
And the scope of practice isn't specific to site of care, right? Because you're talking about the full scope of practice for the individual, not necessarily only retail pharmacists can give injections or?
That's absolutely right, Amy. And one thing that's important to note is, you know, while we have restrictions for permits, those restrictions are for the sale of drugs at retail. It does not say it is restricted for the administration of drugs. So this is about a pharmacist direct statutory authority that we're trying to mirror in our rules instead of having a historical restrictive framework.
I misremember, correct me if I'm wrong. We used to have, was there some reg that talked about different age breaks based on the type of vaccine?
So Dr. Jolly's question was about different age levels for different vaccines. There have historically been some of those age breaks. There was an age break that up to age 21 had to be reported into the statewide system. I think it was age 18, we actually had a clause, it seemed like, that 7 years of age and older by a pharmacist, as a patient upon receiving authority to administer or valid prescription, you could only have a statewide protocol for certain ages. I mean, there were some very prescriptive tiered approaches by statute that we did here in Louisville that are now going on.
And that's not in another section within our rules and regulations. It would have been here, but this is probably not amended. So.
Yeah. Like we're deleting 2 pages because the corresponding statute doesn't really exist in. And part of it is trying to delete, you know, the live component of CPR. I mean, PrEP Act says you have to have some sort of CPR certification, but as most of us know, it was very difficult. We even waived that during COVID when we had the ability to waive parts of our rules. But it wasn't even possible to get it for a lot of people. CPR is we were the only profession apparently that had any requirement for ongoing current CPR to administer medications, which was quite odd. I think most pharmacists are still going to do it, but if they can do a short internet-based refresher course, I think that would be favorable. So we basically mirrored nursing and medicine on this.
So nobody else.
Yep.
Question, John.
Yes, sir.
What am I going to teach to the students for the next 4 weeks who are about to take the exam?
Well, it will be months before I can get these rules done. So you'll have to change your lecture for next year if everything goes according to plan.
All right, so I'll go ahead and just teach the old stuff. That's what they'll be examined on.
So I mean, I can go more in depth, but the procedure right now is if you guys, with whatever guidance you give me today and some last touch-ups, I'm hoping that tomorrow I can get all of my stuff together to send to Department of Health. Once Department of Health, where I work through whatever issues with them, they would tell me that I could then submit to the governor's office. Whenever I work through whatever issues with the governor's office, if they give me the go-ahead, then I have to file it with legislative committees for the ones that have a scope of practice change, which would, you know, likely be really Rule 9. Rule 5 potentially could be seen that way, but I don't really see that. But Rule 9 may have to go before public health committees before I can actually do public notification for public comments and a future board meeting. We'll just have to see when we can do that for hearing before the board. So all of that could take, you know, a couple of weeks to be able to file it legislatively, or it could take a couple of months to file it legislatively. I know that both the Department of Health and the governor's office have a tremendous amount of workload on them constantly. So I hesitate to try to predict the timeline.
Okay.
Any other questions on that?
Really random, but on page 30 of Rule 9. Where it says pharmacist, intern, pharmacy technician, there is a space between pharmacist and intern.
Okay.
The fact that I noticed that is a good.
On page 5, the rule starts on disease state management. Also in, I believe it's Act 63, we got rid of the endorsement process for disease state management. What this is basically doing is saying that if a pharmacist and an Arkansas physician decide to enter a written agreement to do something, it is basically saying, do what the agreement says. You know, you work with that physician to see what management specifically you're going to do. So on disease state management, one question we have had is for an individual patient by an authorized practitioner. You know, these agreements, and we've even had feedback from physicians, they don't want to have to do an agreement for every single patient. They want to do an agreement for their patients, and then you can enroll them off the agreement. So we actually had some specific requests to get rid of that for an individual patient, because that did not make sense to have individualized agreements. I mean, you know, in hospitals, you have a blood thinning protocol, and you don't want to have to redo the blood thinning protocol every time a new patient comes up. It makes no sense whatsoever. If you get down to maintenance of records, we already have maintenance of records for pharmacies for 2 years, regardless of anything else. Part of our issue is if the prescriber wants, as part of their approach to this, a longer retention of records, we don't want to conflict, but there's already automatically 2 years. You go down to written protocol, it has a brief definition. You go past that, confidentiality, we already have confidentiality rules with this. There have been arguments over the years that the confidentiality rule prevents me from being able to speak to the prescriber about it. Well, that's ridiculous. So it is extra or extraneous information that we do not believe needed to be there. When you flip the page and it goes into qualifications to practice disease state management as a pharmacist, or to practice disease state management, a pharmacist must be a licensed pharmacist in the state of Arkansas. This is not for a pharmacist in another state that is part of an out-of-state pharmacy and yet not licensed in Arkansas to be able to enter these agreements. It's for an Arkansas licensed pharmacist. You have to have a distinct area to provide privacy, which we believe that in there. Once again, the record keeping, the agreements are largely going to say what type of records the prescriber is going to want back and forth for a patient chart to maintain. You don't have those types of rules in medicine or nursing, so we thought that it would be deleted here. Now, I've highlighted the next section, minimum competencies and standards. Well, I don't know if we really need that or not. The agreements should spell out exactly what a pharmacist can and cannot do. So I would struggle to find pharmacists that are going to be able to get into an agreement like this that aren't capable of doing what the agreement says. Otherwise, I don't think the physician is going to enter into an agreement with them in the first place. Shall be capable of implementing, evaluating pharmaceutical care plan that assures appropriateness of patient's medication. I mean, this is all stuff pharmacists are already called to do, but if it's part of disease state management, it should be part of this model. So I thought that is something we could probably also delete. I was going to ask board members if anyone felt strongly about keeping.
No, I think it delete. If they aren't capable of communicating already as a pharmacist, that's kind of a problem.
I've actually got questions about this before. Sometimes in a clinic setting, you may not get like a formal consultation, but it's understood that you're maybe working with that physician and that service to perform certain services through that protocol. So we've always kind of, I think some systems have struggled with making sure that they get that formal written consultation put into their EMR. Is this
so
how to get rid of that and just defer to the written protocol?
I think part of what you're asking, part of what I had thought about previously is the fact that the way that disease state management rules were written historically, even back in the 90s, because I've worked on this some even as a student, and then as a faculty member, they were written like a pharmacist was always doing a separate standalone set of records, rather than being in an agreement where they are directly helping to give advice or helping to get information to the prescriber, or working as a cohort along with the prescriber or in a health system record. So what I would anticipate is, the real approach is not that you have to have a completely separate pharmacist record. Some will do it that way because of their setting, but many will basically be adding into the ongoing patient record in a different clinical setting. Does that make sense and help answer?
It does. Yeah, And we can talk offline, or it doesn't really impact.
Hey,
And then,
going back to the licensure real quick. So absolutely licensed in the state of Arkansas, but doesn't necessarily mean they couldn't be in another state, just like our other remote. They can be in another state as long as they have an active Arkansas license.
Yes, the prescribers, the medical board even has some rules, just like with immunizations, the prescriber has to be licensed in the state, practicing within 50 miles of the border. So you couldn't necessarily have a prescriber unlicensed either. But if you have a pharmacist who's licensed and is, just like the pharmacists we have doing after-hour order review for hospitals, they have an Arkansas license and they could participate.
Right. Okay.
Hey, John. So reading through this kind of quickly, but taken out by for an individual patient. Does this now mean that, say, a doctor that has 20 pharmacists around him, could he write a protocol for, say, anybody that comes to you that is my patient, I guess, that has diabetes, you can do XYZ. Does this mean it has to be patient specific still, or can a doctor have kind of an open-ended type of protocol with a pharmacist?
Well, we're trying to make it where you don't have to rewrite and sign a protocol for each specific individual patient. I do not foresee that a physician is going to have open protocols for anybody that comes in. I think that they're going to want it for their patients.
So it's going to have to be a patient of that doctor with pharmacist/pharmacist.
So
it has to be patient specific.
Yeah, there are some exceptions with statewide protocols like we've done for years with influenza.
Mm-hmm.
The Department of Health would have an influenza statewide authority to administer protocol that pharmacists have used for years. But for the most part, even medical board rules do not allow physicians to sign up for services for patients they don't have relationships with.
Okay.
Hopefully that makes sense.
So it helped it some, it just didn't make it quite as open as it still has to be. The doctor is Dr. Kirtley, the patient is Becca, and the pharmacist is Debbie and Lenora.
No, I think it's that, Dr. Smith could literally say, when my patients come in with such and such, this is how you can help manage them.
Okay, that makes sense. So at least we don't have to say which patient, but you do still have to be the doctor and the pharmacist. Okay.
It has basically been prescriptive to such an extent in the past. Years ago, it was even down to disease state specific flag. Well, you had to be nationally certified in diabetes like I had done, but I couldn't talk to them about their high blood pressure because I didn't have hypertension as a endorsed disease state, which was ridiculous because the agreement should spell out what I can and cannot, do as far as like medication adjustments or anything else.
Okay.
And is the agreement, or the way we have it written, is it physician or is it prescriber? Because, with the expansion of the advanced practitioner, where after a certain number of years, they can apply to practice independently, that could be different than a physician and an agreement with the pharmacist.
So I think that right now, most of the language is anticipated to be physician. There is a model for nurse practitioners in the future to have independent practice. I actually sent this I had it posted on Facebook audio with questions. But the committee to establish that has not even been established yet. And part of that is I do not know that nursing rules allow nurse practitioners to further delegate duties like that, like physicians.
I know that they cannot delegate to unlicensed individuals, but since a pharmacist is licensed, I don't know. I don't know that anybody's ever kind of tested that or checked it. My personal opinion would be leaving the language as physician for now, especially since there's so much gray area. But
I'm sorry, did you say you would prefer physician or you would not? You would. We've got position, like if you look under written protocol number 5, you go through that and it says authorizing the physician concerning specific decisions made, communication and feedback. I mean, this to me for now is anticipating that it's, statement that describes the appropriate mechanisms, time schedule for the pharmacist to report to the physician, monitoring the pharmacist exercise, delegated CCA. It's all targeted at physician, even though there's a couple of terms where it says a practitioner.
I mean, I'm only one person, but I mean, until we have a little bit more experience with what this scope of practice will look like and different things like that, my opinion would be leave it as physician for now.
And the last thing I read was a notification of credential, which we're not requiring the credential anymore, so we shouldn't need a notification.
Maybe you said this, or I'm just not familiar with the markup. I got the red and the blue, but what's the highlighting of the yellow?
Delete.
Yellow is to show where the red and the blue is on this one when it wasn't printing in color at one point, but also to show that these are sections largely that I was very confident that the ones that they're highlighted yellow and also marked through red, I was very confident that you would say delete. And then I have one that is in yellow but not in red that I thought you would probably say is okay to delete, but in case there was pushback, I didn't put it in red yet.
Okay.
That way it's confusion.
Yeah. This is.
I understand your thought.
Yeah.
I do the same thing when I'm walking.
This is, this is where I had blue pens, red pens, 3 different colors of highlight, as well as the color of the font. But every once in a while I'll print it, it comes off and it's just black and white, and it is really tough to read that way. So it makes much better sense on screen than it's on paper.
Okay.
That's a little bit of my OCD working out.
Okay.
So John, you may have also said this a minute ago too, but so is test and treat, you still have to write that up, or is it turned in, or and birth control pills? I mean,
so I actually have several other rules that I will have to work on in the future. Therapeutic substitution is one of those. I've actually spoken with John Benson a couple of times. We know that although the statute looks very clear as to how simple it is, we know that it is more complicated than that in the approach we need to take. So we're trying to work on meeting with the original sponsors and some of the interested parties that were in on the legislative side of that to be sure that we capture what their intent is. Because we don't capture their intent, we're going to go forward with a rule and then have to argue over not capturing that intent. Point of care testing requires work even with the medical board. Some of those rules, like point of care testing, are not even enacted as statute until January. So I kind of have the stuff right now, and then I have the stuff for later. A lot of that I think is going to be in Rule 7 and possibly I think Rule 2. And then we also have point of care testing that requires us to come up with a specific list of drugs to be, I think, adopted by rule. And then we also have pharmacist provision of oral contraceptive therapy, which does not necessarily require a rule change, but does require the board to adopt educational programs and documents to ensure that those are met. So I've already written some of that. I know John Benson, since the association was helping to work through that, we've shared that with them, and we are working on having meetings with some interested parties on that as well.
so those are coming.
Was there something in there about
So Dr. Charles asked about something that had to go to the medical board. It was actually Act 653 or 651 that is about co-prescribing of naloxone. So you guys had seen an approach of policy and approved for me to send it, and I believe I sent that at the beginning of August to medical board. I have not heard feedback yet. That law became effective July 28th and gave 6 months for the medical board and pharmacy board to develop and either adopt by rule or policy, which our approach was when we should do it by policy, because that way if we need to update it, we can update the policy guidance on that. So we've sent a draft to medical board and we're waiting to hear back.
Which one was that on?
653, co-prescribing of naloxone.
Okay.
We've had a whole lot of questions about that. But there are some confusing parts. I've commented on it publicly. I've put it in my law reviews that does not require the patient necessarily to pick it up. So I think some people got confused that it requires the patient to actually obtain naloxone, which if the bill or the act had said that the patient shall obtain naloxone, that is a completely different financial impact statement for budgetary purposes than it said otherwise. So it doesn't necessarily say that.
I think the other question I got on it was, if I remember correctly, there's language in there about requirements to prescribe naloxone. And was that a corresponding responsibility with the pharmacist as well? Or was that the prescriber that had to do the prescription along with the opioid?
So there are rules, I'm trying to remember, maybe that's 651. Too many numbers. Hold up.
When I hear something, I'll let you know. Always wrong. I'll check that out.
Great question.
Here we go. So here we go, 651, not 653. We get 63 and 651. When it goes through that, maybe minimize that or put that somewhere else. It talks about co-prescribing and gives guidelines when it is done. Except provided under other subsection, healthcare professional shall co-prescribe an opioid antagonist to a patient who does not have an existing prescription for opioid antagonist when prescribing or dispensing an opioid. And it talks about like 50 mMPs per day, benzodiazepine prescribed or dispensed for patients in the past or at the same time. And what we had said on our part for that was within the past year. Patient has a history of opioid use disorder or drug overdose. So when it talks about healthcare professional who prescribes or dispenses in part of this, a lot of pharmacists are afraid that that means, well, if the patient shows up and has a qualifying prescription, if they don't, for the opioid, if they don't have the naloxone, then I'm gonna have to prescribe it. That gets to be a somewhat difficult argument, because step one is whoever is prescribing the opioid either has to establish that the patient does qualify for it or does not qualify for it. So in theory, not actuality, but in theory, a pharmacist should never see a patient that meets the criteria of needing this unless the patient has either been prescribed the opioid antagonist, the naloxone, or has been determined to not be a candidate by their prescriber. In actuality, I'm sure that we will see some as we try to get the education going on this that may qualify. What I've said is this does not mean you have to give them a prescription for it necessarily to the pharmacy side of it, but you should be counseling people that are co-prescribed opioids and benzos or over certain doses of opioids for sure about the importance of naloxone and telling them that, asking them, do you have a prescription for this? If not, have you ever considered getting this? Here are the reasons why it might be important. This should be part of your opioid counseling for those patients. That helps. Any of the questions you guys have on 1, 5, or 9?
Good job on these. I know that was a lot of time and work and analysis that went into that.
It's ongoing. if you guys don't have any other questions, I would love it if you could give President Mitchell a motion for us to proceed with filing processes on these three.
I would like to entertain a motion. I have a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
All right, I've got a motion from Dr. Mack and a second from Dr. Richmond. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
So I will try to get that started the next few days, because by the 15th of every month, I have to get an update on where we are on all of our potential rule changes. So hopefully I can say, these three are now filed with the Department of Health. It's my hope. I got 2 days to get that done. That's all I have.
One more thing, we're looking at, go ahead.
Yeah, can we talk about the contact pharmacies?
Yeah.
Dr. Kraus will be in on that, but he's.
Absolutely.
We should have plenty of time tomorrow.
Okay, great.
And I talked to a few board members about June. I believe it would be the 14th and 15th, what it would be scheduled, but I know 2 board members have a conflict there. So how about if everybody just check their calendars, and we'll get to Dr. Kraus and he gets back tomorrow, maybe the 17th tonight.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and set it for 3 days, may not need that third day, but just like to go ahead and set it just in case, but if everybody look at the 17th tonight, like I said, I know 2 have conflicts where they would not be available. Part of, if not all of, that week, 14th, 15th, 16th. So
We've done that several times. Moving it.
like I said, if y'all just look at your calendars on that, just so that we can get it when everybody's here tomorrow and see if Dr. Kraus has any conflicts. That's all I just wanted to bring up as far as those dates. We'll discuss that tomorrow, and then we'll put the part-time discussion on the agenda tomorrow. We should have some time after the
Ready to adjourn for today?
I have one question unrelated to any of this. So right now, I know the 795 is out for comment. You know, they've updated it and they're put it out for comment. Is the 2014 the one that's in effect today? Since the updated thing is gone to,
Yeah, the most recent one's the one that's, enforceable, right?
Yeah. 2014 is basically across the board, and 800 is not doing anything.
It's completely.
Yeah, but until they get 795 and 797, I think the link 800, it's sitting there.
and we never, as a board, we didn't take any of those because they weren't, well, we didn't want to put the whole thing into our rule, correct? Didn't we just put parts?
We adopted parts of 797 when it was in original draft form in 2003, and had a couple of alterations since. What we would generally say is that for compounding, 797 is the compendial standard, or 795 for compounding preparations.
I guarantee if the joint commission accredited, don't get it anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're a joint commission facility, hospital or otherwise, they're going to expect you at full compliance. And whether you're a 503A or B, if you have some reason that, you know, federal authorities are coming in, they're looking at it even at CGMP level, you know, potentially beyond 795, 797.
Of the old one from 2014 or the new one that's out for comment?
No, like CGMP.
Okay.
If they find insanitary conditions or anything else, they'll use it as reason to inspect you at CGMP.
Okay.
I do think, Debbie, as far as our rules go, correct me if I'm wrong, the part we'll have to look at is that medium risk, low risk, high risk, because I think we're gonna change that.
Yeah.
And we do have that in the regs, I believe, so.
Yeah, we'll have to end up doing a compounding section update, but we've postponed trying to see exactly what's gonna happen. And we
Which
got
makes sense to wait till the final thing to, yeah.
people that want us to just cite USP, but then you have people that don't want all of USP. It's weird. That's all we got.
All I have, 9 o'clock again in the morning. So if everybody, you know, just a few minutes still.
Do we need to formally take like a motion to adjourn? Okay.
We just adjourn.
I'll send out everything, I'll send out an email, in the morning, 7-ish. We'll have everything, they'll have, the packets, for tomorrow, I just want to send them out overnight, so. We'll get them in, you should have gotten one in the mail, those of you that are, virtually, but everything else will be sent out in.
Haven't received it yet.
Well, there'll be a digital copy too,
Okay.
but yeah, you'll have a digital copy also.
So you're thinking it's possible this would be over at noon tomorrow, but it's still something pending, so you don't know?
Correct.
We'll know at noon tomorrow.
Well, hopefully we'll know about 10.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll know about 10 if we're going to stick around for the effort. So it's, something could take some time or it get resolved quickly. It just depends on kind of how negotiations.
How's the morning go? Okay, see you guys in the morning.
Bye.